Hello. Hey. How you doing? Welcome. Hope you are doing good. Hello. Welcome to my cave. There's no name to the cave, which is my cave. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Wow. Last night I did try to. I wanted to try out the Ember Isle demo. I mean, I did try out. Don't get me wrong. What I meant is, I wanted to try to get to 20k Ember, but then I realized it's taking quite a bit, and eventually I stopped because my sister wants to play. My sister wants to play 7 Days to Die with me. So I didn't do it. I didn't get to 20k. Maybe someday I can. I want to see what happens after 20k of Ember, but not today. Today we're not gonna do it. Today there's another thing I want to try out. It's called Isle of Swaps. I mean, look at this. look at. Immediately a kobold. I'm gonna say that's a kobold instead of a dragon. It's a kobold. That's a kobold if I ever see one. So this is what I'm gonna try out today. I'm excited. I'm not too sure what this game is. All I know about this game, I think, is that it's a deck building game. I think. I might be wrong, but I'm not too sure. I'm just gonna open up this game and try it out. I am excited. And also one other thing, Glide, right? In regarding of Glide, what I tackled yesterday, I haven't submitted to the Discord server yet. Okay, truth is, I don't know why I didn't think of just searching for Glide the Dragon Discord server. I went to their official website, I went to their Steam page, I went to their stuff. I don't even know if their Steam page shows their Discord server. I might have missed it, but I don't even know. I cannot find the Discord page. Yeah, it's not here. Or maybe, yeah, it's not here. I was like, huh, weird. It's like, I don't know how to get to the Discord server, so it's not here. Where else could it be, right? I went to the official server, but I didn't think to just search for Glide the Dragon Discord server, and I immediately got it. And I got in with my phone this morning. I was like, oh wow, I got into the Discord server. And then next thing is that I don't even know how to submit the problem. Like, I know what the problem is, and I know where to report it because it's like a bug report section. I'm not too sure what to describe it. I'll work on it. I'll work on it after stream tonight. Right? But today I'm gonna try out this one. Right? I know I have like some time to still submit what I encountered yesterday. I'm sure it's fine. I think it's fine. Anyway, let me put this away, close this. I am all over the place today. I don't even know what I'm doing. Oh no. Okay, let me close this and open up this one. See, it's a game that I get to play as a cupboard. What's not to like about this game? I don't know. Oh, yeah, lens plated. Oh, that's cute. If I haven't played before, it's strongly recommended to learn how. Oh, it's a trading card game, so it is. Let's learn. Wanna learn the basics of credit challenges and battles from Dolly? Let's learn. Teach me, game, teach me. Hey, I'm glad to see you finally got some credit cards. Let me teach you the basics of how to play. Basically, you take on a challenge, which is a deck of cards full of battles and shops, and with a boss at the end. So it's something like Slay the Spire, but a lot cuter. Along the way, you customize and strengthen your battle deck with critter, skill, and sticker cards. If you manage to beat the boss at the end of the challenge, you move on to a tougher challenge. If you can claim victory in 3 challenges, you'll be the challenge winner. So it is Slay the Spire. Let's begin the trial challenge. I'll show you 3 cards and you choose one of them to progress. Give it a try. Hi. Hey, look at you. I gain the credit and skill card when you win. Same thing. Oh, I get the card on top here. I cannot see them. That's a sloth. That's a something. Is that a Pikachu? I cannot see. It's so small. I want this one. Oh, this game is Pokemon cut? I mean, they did mention it's a TCG. Hangolin. Oh, Hangolin. Can I go back? Oh, I cannot go back. Wow, okay. I'm a cute kobold though. You want to place skill cards from your hand onto a critter of the same element shown by the icon in the top left. Top left? Oh. Rainbow icon cards can be used by any critter. Oh, that's them. That's me. Oh, okay. Right, of course. I'm battling Hangolin to get Hangolin. Of course. Yo, look at the art though. Hi, Rollins. Doesn't use a card play, gain 1 blaze energy. Do I just like play this? Stronger skill cards will use energy generated by weaker skill cards. These cards show which energy they need below the illustration. Below the illustration. Gain energy for a flame tackle. Plus, plus 9. User loses 5 HP. Where's my energy? So do I just... no? Oh, gain 2 blaze energy. Increase of power which is added to the skill card's damage when they attack. Where's energy? Oh no, I'm stupid! Hold mouse and drag credit to another spot? No, I don't need that. Does you really want to burn? Every attack? Are you energy? Defensively damage taken and adds a skill card when it is satisfied. So it's something like Slay the Spire. I'm just gonna keep comparing this to Slay the Spire. It's the only game I know. So now you can play it. You can play the 3 cards each turn when you're done. Click the enter button in the bottom right. You can end the turn anytime you want. So can I do this? Can I do this? Oh, I already 3 cards. Oh, this one shows what they're gonna do. Okay. Oh, energy. Oh. And I gain 2 energy. I captured them. I totally did not kill them with fire. Okay, I'm slowly gaining the hang of it. I think this credit inflicts damage and attack and then reduce by half. Oh, it reduces by half. It doesn't... okay. Oh, it's kinda cute though. Well done nabbing a new critter. Open up your battle deck and put it into your active team. Icon is on the bottom bar. Battle deck. Click cards on the binder to add them to your deck. Hit the ones on the deck to remove them again. Using more critters requires more skill cards in the deck. Add both attack and energy skill cards. I don't have enough skill cards for how many critters I have. Where? So I need... I wonder if there's like Flashburn, Flame Tackle. I guess I can put like 2 Prickly and... Any more copies of the card? Oh, I already have... Oh, I have more of these, but oh, okay. Learning. Good vibes. Aqua Energy. Cure 1 debuff. I don't need that, I think. Volt Spectral attack. I don't have Volt and Spectral. Where's my energy card? Spectral Energy. Oh. Oh, wait. Filter. Oh, it's this one. This one doesn't... Oh, it doesn't use a card play. Wait, how do I even get... Nature Energy? Do I not need Nature Energy? There's no Nature Energy card, there's only Blaze Energy, and then there's like gain 2 Aqua Energy. Do I even need 2 Aqua Energy? And then it's all just Volt. What? Uh-oh. Am I stupid? Oh, gain 2 energy. Give me more. This is what I get for not reading. Alright, okay. We can get a few more Flashburn, because why not? I mean, Flashburn is good. I'm getting a lot more energy now. And I love energy. Don't we love energy? I can bring one more of these. 1 2 3 4 5 1 2 3 4 5 Yeah? Yeah. Okay, I'm not stupid anymore at least. Then swap when you win. Swap when I win? Let's fight a frog. Hi. The sailor. Critter usually attack the critter opposite, so drag your critters to different spots to change who they are opposing. Attacking a critter with a type is weak 2 will increase the damage taken. That goes for you and your opponent. Okay, so fire bad. Can I do this? Okay. I can just get this. Can I do this? I can. Oh, rainbow, right? So I can choose this one. Every turn gain 1 defense for 3 turns. Wow. Now you're gonna attack me twice. I'm just gonna get so prickly. Oh, I like thorns. Oh, I like thorns. oh no. Oh, I have maximum energy. Oh, I like thorns. I love to play defensively in games, so yeah. Now you can swap cards. Even though you can only swap 5 cards at a time, you can swap someone as many times as you want. That's bowling. gain 2 energy of the user's primary type. Oh. Opposite spot inflict every turn. Your critical power is increased by 1. Every 5 turns, ordinary critical gain 3 burn. Oh, I mean, I like these. Want. Now, make your swap value equal or more than theirs using cards you don't want, based on their rarity. I mean, there are a few that I don't need. I can give you one.
Yep.
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 One of these. And one of these. All right. Swap for these? Yeah. Excellent. You should add those new cards to your battle deck to power it up. Hi, numbers. Oh, thorns times 2 damage, so prickly is always good. Also hope you're doing good, numbers. With these stream streak, wow. Thank you, numbers. If you click edit stickers, you notice the maximum allowance of sticker points. Sticker points? Edit stickers? Oh, here. Oh, sticker slot. Based on the quantity and rarity of critters you're using, you won't be able to use as many stickers to compensate for the increased strength they bring. So stickers is this one. I did have a few, right? I have this one and this one. I like this one. Add skills, like poison spot. Now I feel like I have too many energy though. Yeah, what if I have too many energy? Blaze Terror attack. For power plus 2 damage. I have... I don't like Flame Tackle. Oh, but it's power plus 9. This one is power plus 2. I lose 5 HP for it though. No, I don't like it. I want to get more of these. Nature Aqua attack. Nature Aqua. Why don't I just bring more Blaze Terror attack? Because this one is power plus 2. This one is like only power damage. I'm gonna support the Kobo. Nice, good to know you're doing okay. Cop. Hey G. Hello, welcome. I'm playing card game. I'm being very big brain right now, which doesn't make sense. A kobold with big brain? What the fuck? I don't understand. I mean, honestly, I don't know what I'm doing for now. I think that's good. Yeah. Oh, I can still swap, but I don't want the rest. Opposite again, one random debuff. One random buff. Pricklerage. Oh, this is a critter. I don't want any of these. Oh, is this good? Actually, I think Bloomhill is good. He can have one of my shit cards. I mean, good cards. Yeah, it's a swap. It's a swap. I definitely do not say shit card, so don't worry. I would not give you a shit card. I'm not that bad. Alright, there you go. So now I can... What did I just get? Right, Bloomhill. I cannot remember things. It's tough. Nature Aqua Attack. Do I have too many prickly? I get one less prickly because I have this one. Let's get Bloom Heal. Now I can heal. Lift this card. Booster Machine. Opponent creatures will get tougher as you advance through challenges. Whilst their base state increase, you will use sticker cards to power your battle deck instead. Oh. Buy a mystery pack of cards. Cheapest 5 coins. How many coins do I have? How many coins do I have? Oh! I'm blind. I have 6 coins. Okay. I like middle. Boost packs. Boosty pack. Oh my god, this is gonna get my TCG addiction. Look, I have a Pokemon battle. I have a Pokemon TCG deck here, but I don't really play Pokemon TCG because I never played them. And I have a Magic the Gathering basic deck, but I never played them because I don't know how to play Magic the Gathering. I only know the basic stuff, but I don't know how to play it properly. I love collecting cards, okay? They are great. Stat change. Enemy creature power is reduced by... Ooh! Barrage. Opposite creature for power plus 1 damage 2 times? Whoa. Burn spot. Whoa. A vitamin? A shiny rare star sticker. You add stickers to your battle deck like skill cards, but they're always active and not played from your hand. Put it in your battle deck and you'll see it in our next battle. Every time play one more card, that's huge. Mine. So I can just put this in. Oh, 5 out of 15 SPUs, okay. So I'm slowly getting it. I got some good fire cards just now. Flashman is good. But Barrage is so good.
Kobo baba bobo baba bobo bo.
Kobo bobo 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 bo. Hi Brian. Oh my god, card game? Yeah, it's a game where I get to play as a kobold. It looks like a dragon, but I'm gonna call it a kobold.
Cob cock buck bob k bob cock buck bob Kobe k book bobo.
Kobe? You sure tiny kobold brain can handle? No. But I'll try because there's kobolds here. And dragons. And cute stuff. Burn spot. Hi Brian. Guess what? What? I wanna know. Oh, this one requires fire energy. I mean, I do have a few flash burn. I'm gonna change this to this. Burn spot, I have poison spot. I'll change this to this. Got Lex in it. Good. Many people need to listen to that. Still need to get through that. I haven't listened to it lately because I was thinking of so many things lately. Brain no working. Oh yeah, vitamin drink. What's this? Reduce by 1. Alright, okay. Use creature move one more time. Oh. They got to hear Orpheus's voice today and messaged me like, oh my fucking god, you were right. It's everyone's reaction. It's so good. Can I still buy more boosty pack? I don't have money.
Jadia day han.
What? What? If you got a hand of cards you can't use or just want to replace one, hold mouse 2 on 1 to use this card and draw. One hand card for the new one from your deck. Oh, mouse 2, okay. I can just do that?
Ja jalapeno.
Or they got the jalapeno right. I think. Blaze energy. Opposite card. So that one got flash. I can play 3 more cards. I can discard and draw 2 more cards. I can move cards. Okay. So opposite spot. Stinky. And then more flash burn. I thought it thorns though. I'm just bullying this card.
Nief New York never can you naysayers.
What? Oh, hi Evie. Take an attack. Foresight. Your crit this game 1 status immunity. Crit this game 1 dodge. Oh, wow. Poison spot. Oh, I have no... Prickly. And then poison spot.
Genius T Junior.
Genius T. No, that isn't that nasty, Nork. Health is still good. I can still flash burn that. How many burn do you have? Every turn gain 2 burn. Explodes at 5 burn, dealing 5 HP damage. Oh, that's what it is.
Game month we.
Gain month. It do be gain month. I have so many energy. Oh.
Gaze rise up.
Gaze rise up. Gee, I still don't know if I'm gay or not. I'm definitely dragon though. Can I move here so that every time they get poisoned? Oh, he's just here, okay. No, you go to the front.
Please stand for your national anthem.
I'm not... Do I have to? I don't want to stay.
Tile rack bongo tile rack wagwag tile rack bongo tile rack wagwag tile rack bongo tile rack wagwag tile rack bongo tile rack wagwag.
I was just like tile rack. Tile rack wag. Oh, I'm out of... Oh, it aims. Nice. 2 more cards. Kick them. Oh, they dodged it. And then prickly. Change from Como. Yeah, it was go throw. I changed to tile rack now. Aguato. Poison spot. Displays energy. And I can burn. And I can kick. I can prickly. Oh, they destroyed themselves. It ain't 100 anymore, but close enough. It's all good. I know you're here 100 times. Thank you, Evie. Well done, you did it. Basic or playing through a challenge when you're ready for a real thing, just let us know. All sorts of battle decks you can make depending on how you combine create a skill and sticker cards, so be sure to try all kinds of strategies. Proper nature challenge. Okay. Oh, they just restart the game. Unselectable. Nuzlocke. Nuzlocke? Oh my god. Bird. Unselectable in this demo. It's okay, I get to play as Kobold. Create a companionship. In the full game completing challenge run, add scars to the master binder. Oh hey, look, there's settings. I like
Bird
settings.
blackbird.
Bird, but did it just say blackbird? Wow, that's kind of cool. Language. I can become. Is this Chinese? Yeah, I think that's Chinese. What's this? What's this? Spanish? Espanol? Korean? %60%. Alright, let's go! Walla Blaze. Hengolin. Aguato. Every time your critters heal 1 HP. Oh. Oh, you have resistor. I like the tail of this thing. Look at that. Look at that tail. Every attack opposite critter gain 1 burn. Yeah. Perfect, let's go. Hi, Frog. Abby? Ah, I love it at the Aqua Beach. It's so sunny. Oh, you want a challenge? You better wave goodbye to your life cards. Oh, yeah? Hi. Gain a critter and skill card when you win. Battle, then swap when you win. What's my battle deck looks like? It's all the cards I have, right? I also have these. Every turn then reduces by half. Gain 2 nature energy. Do I need that? But I don't like flame tackle though. I can get more flash burn. Oh, healing drink. Gain 2 energy of the user's primary type. Lowest HP ally heals 2 HP. So I need either water or nature energy for that? Like this? So that I can use it. I don't have any stickers, right? I don't know. Let's fight to fire officer. Oh. I'm sorry? Why am I fighting against someone so important? You have 1 dodge. Battle start every 5 turns, your critters gain 1 dodge. Oh, I cannot use it. Oh, because oh, of course, I'm stupid. I can lose 5 HP though. It's okay. Yeah, I can use any of these. More burn. Oh, why? Keek. I love how the first round is always so straightforward. Alright, what cards do you have? Nice. Rando debuff. Oh, it's a rainbow card. Opposite critter gains 1 random debuff. Yeah, I like that. This bot gains 1 dodge. Ebole. Attack opposite critter for power plus 7 damage. I gain 2 burn or do they gain 2 burn? I don't know. Burn spot. Burn up. I gain 2 power for 3 turns. All enemy critters gain defense plus 1 burn. Look at the dog. Heal plus heal defense plus 3 HP. Opposite creature gains defense plus 2 poison. I want these two as well. Swap value 5? Oh shit. My defense plus 1 burn? Sure. Ooh, that's 7. Wait, these are all rare cards. Okay, fine. Okay, 7. Don't have much to swap for. I gave you 2 of these. Actually, no. Is that right? Wait, that's value of 2. Each card you offer to swap has +1 swap value. Oh, I see. Okay. Oh, that's what it is. Here. Not much left to give. I guess I can give you another one of these. I mean, I don't think I'm gonna use this as much, I feel like. Here, have this. 8? Man. Okay. There was only one sticker, right? And then I have more skills that I can use. Yeah, this one. This one is like random. This one is like rainbow, so I can use it. Oh yeah, don't I have credit cards? Yeah. Like that. So now I need to have nature cards. Yeah. Oh yeah, also this one. I don't think I want flame tackle. I don't like it. I guess I can have more Blaze Terra attack. Because I have two fire critters here. Yeah, this is good. Leave this card. Gain a crit and skill card when you win. I mean, I like to swap cards because I'm mean. I'm a kobold. All cards are mine. You are earth. Oh, water could be very bad. Because I have two fire. I do have one nature. I'm gonna fight you. One random buff. Oh yeah. Wait, isn't it rainbow? Rainbow? It says rainbow here. Can I use that? I don't know. Vote spectral attack. Gain 2 aqua energy opposite critic, gain 1 soak. When attack, all allies take damage equal to soak stack when it that is. Oh! Wow. Gain 2 power for 3 turns. That's a lot of damage. give me your coins. You booster. Your critters heal 1 HP more. Enemy critter power is reduced by 1. This is good. Constrict. Attack opposite critter for power plus 6 damage. Gain 1 stun. I assume this is only, yeah, it's on rainbow. Soak shot. Opposite critter for power plus 5. Defense sock. All enemy creators for power plus 9. 3 energy. All energy creators gain defense minus 2 burn. All enemy creators gain defense plus 1 poison. Heal defense plus 1 HP. This one is pretty good. Glaze Run. Battle start slash every 5 turns. Gain 3 defense for 3 turns. Don't think I want that. I love this though. I kind of want this though. I think gain 2 burn is I gain 2 burn? Or do they gain 2 burn? Okay, they will always mention enemy creatures gain burn. So I assume I will gain the burn. But power plus 7 is quite a lot. I want this one. 9. Swap value of a Terra cuts plus 1. Okay. So my Terra cut have gain 2 ton. You can have one of these. I don't have Terra monster. Man, I don't know what else I can give. You can have this one. Yeah, I think this is good. Burn up. Flashman is good. I do need a lot of energy. This one I cannot use. I don't have a lot of cards that give energy though. It should be okay. More battle. Bird! Bird! Fire officer? Why am I fighting all the fire officer? What's wrong with this game? I should not be fighting fire officer. Why do you have this? How do you get multiple... tree burn now. That's a lot of damage. I can burn you. Oh. Oh my god, that's a lot of damage. Joke buzzer. Oh, it's a rare card. Every 3 turns, your Volt critters inflict 1 stun to the critter opposite. Volt? I don't have any Volt critter. Psych up. Gain 2 blaze energy, gain 1 power for 3 turns. That's good. Shout? Lose 1 power for 3 turns. That's very adorable. Look at the card. I want this. Blossom Dance. Oh. I need the snake. I need the snake. Attack all enemy creatures for power plus 6 damage. Your creatures heal. Wow, that's really good. Don't think I like Immolate as much. Okay, I'll just get like these 4 cards, thank you. Of your critter card plus 1. Critter cards? 2, 5. Hi, Wildflower. The poison stacks is disgusting. Is it really that good? Shit. I don't want Immolate. You can have this. There you go. Thank you. Take damage every turn, then reduced by half. But they are reduced by half though. Thanks for hug. Hope you're doing good. Morning. Unfortunately, I can't hear you because I don't have headphones on, but I hope you have a great streaming time today. Thank you, Wildflower. Hopefully the closed captions can help a little bit. But yeah, thank you. I like Snake more. But I have more flame cards though. Oh, this one needs 3 energy. I can change the flashburn to these. I have a healing card. I have some... Gain 2 nature energy. Opposite critic gains 2 poison. I need that. This one gets more poison. Gains 3 poison every 5 turn. And then this one attack and heal. I'm gonna change this. Why not? Yeah, this is good. Looking good. Bye bye. Shop stuck on all sorts of cards. I only have 5 coins though. I'll fight you. Frog. Business frog. Professor? Why am I fighting against all professions, huh? Stupid. Every 3 turns gain 1 status immunity. Ooh. Okay, can burn up. Is this one? Oh! Oh, burn up uses energy! Right. Let me change this one. Poison sap. I mean, good enough. Uh-oh. Machinique! I think this kills. Oh, it doesn't kill, but it's a lot of damage. Foresight, so they've dodged status immunity. 2 thorns. I think. Oh, let me create this game plus 1. Oh, poison, of course. 3 energy. Poison sap. Here, have more poison. And then more burn, I think? Yeah, just get more energy first. They have dodge, I don't want to mess with that. They have status immunity and dodge. I'll just do one attack to like avoid the thing. Yeah. Now I can give them poison. I can... Oh, I win. That's a scary bird. What do you have? Oh, this one is so good. Attack all enemy creatures for power plus 4 damage. All enemy creatures gain defense burn. Yeah. Heal spot? This spot heals plus 2 HP stackable. It's so weak to electric. Oh, Volt. Opposite creature loses 2 power for 3 turns every 5 turns. Hmm. I kinda want this one. Just because that my creatures have more variety. I like this one. Of your critic cards plus 1. Hmm. Maybe Burnham is not that good. Oh, right, of course. You can have that. Ooh, new cheap buff. Anything that's 3? I could exchange the Hang Goblin. Hang Goblin. Hangolin. There. You can have that. So now I can change this to this. Yeah, I feel like Burn Up is not that good. Psych Up and Shout is way better. And now I need some spectral cards and water cards. Give me one random debuff. Don't you have a sticker card? Oh, you don't have a sticker. Okay. Boosty pack. Let me buy cards, thanks. Another tech pack. Nature pack. A pack with only nature crit and skill cards. Boosty Peg. I have 12. Cheap butt juices, he's a random selection of all cards minus basic energy and attack cards. Attack cards of all types with some rarer energy cards. Nature. I kind of want this, so I'll buy this and also this. Nice. Healing Petals. Your critters heal defense +1. Oh, okay. Shampoos. Every attack opposite critter gains 2 shock? What's a shock? Well, they're my cards now. This is nice. Poison Sap. Quick Shock. Attack. Attack opposite critter for power +5 damage. That's pretty basic and also really fucking good. Triple Rainbow Energy. That's... Oh. Okay. This one's really good. Flashburn, Poison Sap, Healing Drink, Trick Bag. I actually have a lot of energy cards. I only have a few attacks. We don't need too much of this, I feel like. Okay. Oh, I'm getting too many cards. I'm getting too many cards. I cannot think. This one's good. Change this to this. I mean, I have a lot of energy cards, so I think it's fine if I have like cards with big costs. I don't even have skill cards for how many. Oh, there. There was no stickers, right? Gain 2 energy of the user's primary type, heal 3 HP. This one heals 2 HP. Oh, here, change that. It's always nice to have some heals, I think. Flashburn, Shout and Wildfire also give... well, Shout and Sight Up. I can get one more damage card. Damage card. I have Spectral, but I don't really have a Spectral card. Defense +1 HP. Defense +1. I'll get this one. Get some attack cards in there. Should be good. I have no more coins. Gain a crit and skill card. Gain a crit and skill card. I cannot see what card is that. I kind of like this one. Alert tool. Alert tool? Are you fire? Oh. Thank goodness for lower attack. Why do they have ton? Defense +1. Defense +1, so 3? Hey, only you can use that, right? Good. Oh, I forgot about this. Oh! Most impressive. 2 defense for 3 turns and attack for 2 damage. Attack on enemy creatures for power +3. Heal, defense +2. Attack +3. Get this. Get this. Nice. I placed my trap card face down. Ole no tan. Alert Torrent's signature skill. Target spot has been added to your binder. Oh, that's what it is. Okay. Tolo. Chaji and Tolo. Unique battler. The rival battle. Tougher fight but better swaps. Unique battler. Tougher fight but better swap. Tougher fight. Do I dare? I mean, I don't want to go here. Yeah, cheapest 5 coins. I have 0 coins. I could try this one. I don't want to fight red. I'll die fighting red. I don't know who you are though. Hi. Ferrity. Why do they have like multiple different elements? Get the thigh? Oh shit. Okay, I'll do it. Gain defense +1 poison. You can have that. I think that's good. Boost power for 3 turns. Attack enemy with power +4. Gain defense burn. You have no defense though. I could heal defense +2. Power +4. Power +6. I think this one is better. That's a lot of damage. I like it. Actually, I'm gonna get that die now. Give me a second. It's okay. I'll still be here. I'm just gonna go get that die. I just need more space. Okay. Okay, I'm doing it. I'm doing it. Oh. Also this. Need to get that eye. Oh. Okay. Oh goodness, okay. Oh boy. Oh boy. Okay. Okay. Oh, hang on, it's not doing anything. I need to catch my breath. Oh, okay. It's the wildfire. I cannot do wildfire. Oh no. A 3-string streak? Ooh. Thank you, wildflower. I can hear now. Nice. Gain 1 power for 3 turn. And then barrage should kill. I'm still trying to catch my breath. Ooh, I'm okay. Oh my god, no, Viper! You killed my snake. Now I'll kill you. You dare kill my snake? What? And perish. Yeah, never gonna miss awesome combo stream, can I? Wait. Thank you. Oh my god, you have so many cards. Every 3 turns, your blaze credits gain 1 critical and 1 power. Every 3 turn? Oh my god. Enemy critters heal 2 HP less. I have this one, but I want it. Rendo buff. Rendo debuff. Plus the pack. Heals 3 HP. Instantly defeat if they are below 15 HP. Gain 2 aqua energy. Opposite critter gains 1 soak. I'll take opposite critter 4. Plus 4 damage. Heals defense HP. Only 1 energy? Ooh. All enemy critters take 4 true damage. Look at that card. Chlorophyll. Oh, you are a critter? I need you. Oh my god, it's so cute. It's a flower dinosaur. I don't think I have a water card. This one needs water energy, right? So value for spectral cards plus 1. I don't think I want the rest of the cards. Oh, this one is also good. 12 value, oh my god. I don't want this. You can have that. Spectral cards. Do I even have any? Only this. You can have 1. 3, 2, 2. You can have this. And there you go. I might just be playing nature cards now. Oh, I'm sorry. Every turn it heals 2 HP. Opposite creature loses 2 power for 3 turns. It's actually really strong. But I like this one so much more. It's so cute. Then I bring it. That's right, I'm playing with nature cards now. I think triple rainbow energy is good, but also poison sap is really good. With the poison stacks and shit, I think I'm gonna take poison sap instead. I'm gonna change healing drink to this heal spot. Oh yeah, stickers. Your blaze critters. That's good. I have one damage and heals. A bunch of heals and poison. Yeah, sure. I think I feel good about this. What? I didn't get to choose? Don't worry, Kobo got this. Kobo got this. More poison. More poison. And then burn. Oh, this is bad. They are both water. I now have 2 soak. Defense spot. Defense plus 2. Power plus 6. Heal defense plus 3 HP. Defense plus 2 poison. I'll use this one. And then I'll poison sap. Oh, the poison? Ayo. I won't change this, I think. Next attack deals 50% more damage, then reduces by 1. Oh, critical, since I have this one. Defense plus 1 poison. Heal defense plus 3. I kinda want this one. Defense burn. I don't have defense, but it's okay. I want the all power plus 4. And then they're not resisting fire damage as well, so why not? That's pretty good. Oh, nice. Defense plus 2. Oh. Why did that one die? Isn't it heal? Easy. And Corey Dusty. Critters cure 1 debuff. Cheater? Gain 1 random debuff. Charge pup. Why do we create lose 1 power for 3 turns? Hyper Blast. Gain 1 stun. Poison set, poison spot. Blossom dance. Ooh. I'll take opposite critter for plus 7 damage if user is above 50 HP, otherwise plus 3 damage. Oh, I don't need that. Shell, Meteor, Water Shield. Gain 1 defense for 3 turn. Wash away, Purity Pond. Heal defense plus 3 HP. All enemy critters gain defense soak. I don't have water cards, right? Yeah, I don't have. We don't need any more heal blocker. Every 3 turns, your nature critter use. Oh. Battle start every 5 turn. Lose 1 HP per 2 shock. When using a skill card, then reduce by half. 1 SP, okay? Lowest HP ally gain 1 random buff. Lowest HP ally gain 1 status immunity. That's a cute card. Look at the bird giving me a thumbs up. It's the best card ever. Attack opposite critter for user lose plus 2. Defense plus 2 HP. Oh no. Some good stuff that I want. I think I want more of these. But that does mean that I need more energy cards. Hyper Blast. Opposite critter loses 1 power for 3 turns. I think I like this one more than Psych Up, so I want that. Yeah, that's good. Of your critter cards plus 1. There. I want to keep this bird. I want to keep 1 critter for everything. Alert tool. I need 3. Fine, you can have that. How many SP do I have? 5 more. One more SP point. So far, so good. I got some good nature cards. I don't want this, but I want more shout. It feels like I played the long game here. Like I said, I need to play like defensively. I think I need this one more than ever. This one is just free. Because I'm using a lot of these cards to attack. Oh. I want this. I want this. And I need this. I definitely need this. I'm changing this to this. Yeah, looks good. Bye-bye. Hey yo. I could spend all night dancing in the vault disco. Julie, think you have what it takes to keep up with me? Julie? This music sounds very familiar. Why does this music sound so familiar? Better than swap the card when you win. Gain a credit and skill card when I win. I don't want that. I will destroy. I'll destroy you. Why do I keep fighting Fire Officer? I feel bad. Moddin. Game power for 3 turns. Ooh. Every attack heals 3 HP. Every attack? Wow. Yeah, Poison Sap, you're gonna attack once. Weaken Whack. Opposite creature for 10 damage. Opposite creature loses 1 power for 3 turns. Oh my god. It's plus 1 poison. I think I'll play the. I'll play with poison stack. How about that? Yeah, let's play poison stack. Nice. Look at that, 4 poison free. Oh my god, that hurt. I could burn you. Like, if I get this, I can burn you. Heal defense plus 3 HP? Oh, are you gonna die? Gain 2 power? Oh, you are killing it. Are you gonna heal? I'm not weak against fire, right? So I could technically bring this one forward and tank. Alright, it's fine. Yeah. I'm gonna get more poison set. Right, more poison, so I have full energy, so next turn we can do some disgusting shit, I hope. Told you poison stack is disgusting. It's kinda good. Not gonna lie, it's kinda good. Blossom Dance. Power plus 6 damage. Creatures heal defense plus 2 HP. Power plus 6. That's 1 more. Here, you can do that. And the heal? Power plus 1 damage 2 times. Yeah, do that. I'll get more energy for next turn.
Boka 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 bo bap.
Bap. Oh. I'm getting bap. I like this one. Blossom Dance is really good. I can do it again and I win, I feel like. Oh my god, that's disgusting. Oh. Yeah, that's really good. Attacking and heal at the same time? Yeah. I got Bip. Thanks for the pet and the hug. Oh my god. Drill. Your critter attacks ignore 4 of the enemy critter. Oh my god. Power Spot, Shout, Bloom Heal, Contagion. All enemies gain defense plus 1 poison if they have poison. Oh, it's this thing again. This is the best card ever. Look at that. It's so adorable. It's a Sun Dino. Defense plus 1. Sure. Swap rid of your skill cards plus 1. Wait, I have extra of these? Free energy? Skill cards plus 1. I'm gonna have like... Oh wait, no. Is there 5 of anything? I don't think there's 5, right? Fine, here you go. I don't even have sticker slots anymore, right? Yeah, I need... Every 5 turn. Don't think I want this. Need 1 more. Reduce by 1. This one is too good. Fine. Let's get drill. Nice. So far, so good. Bird. Oh, look at that. It's a more bird. More bird. Hey, look at this. Hybrid type critter. The damage is both fire and electric type. Oh. Every attack, all enemy critters take 1 true damage? Oh my god. Every 5 turns, all enemy critters gain 1 stun. That's disgusting. One true damage though, it's kinda scary. Attack opposite critter for 13 damage, gain 1 dodge. Wait, they can just attack, they don't need energy? Shit. Gain 3 rainbow energy. Lose 1 power for you. We need to kill this thing first, definitely. Like 1 true damage is fine, but every 5 turn 1 stun, I think that's too much. So let's give them poison. That fucking hurts. Oh my god. Okay, all good, all good, all good. 9 damage. Gain 0 shock, okay. And then attack. Gain 2 volt energy, gain 1 dodge. 1 dodge. Defense plus 1 poison. Critters heal defense for 1 HP. Sure. Attack enemy creature for... Yeah, I can do that. Heal 5. 1 more damage or 1 more heal. I'll get 1 more heal. The dodge. All good. I need more energy. This one can heal, but you cannot use it. I think I'm gonna put you in front. Because you can heal. Ow. Power plus 1. Power plus 5. I already used this one. That's a lot of damage. Poison Sap's not gonna kill, but Blossom Dance might kill. I get a heal as well. 11 damage. Let's get more heal. Alright, 1 down. Now it's just this thing. They keep getting dodge. Heat Haze. Attack opposite critter. Oh, you're aiming for chlorophyll? Oh my god, asshole. That's death. Only 7. This one is just dead. They can always switch sides, right? So they will always aim for this one, I feel like. Unless I need energy. Yeah, they can always switch sides. Damn. If the user has dodge, cure dodge. I don't have dodge. So this one is not gonna hurt. So it's just like 6 plus 7 to either one of these. I could just shout. Lower your damage. Yeah. Defense plus 1 poison. All poison. See, Snake is strong because Snake has poison. Shock Spot, wash away, Flame Tackle. Oh, this is good. Lowest HP and I heals. I think I need this more. You need 2. Critter cards plus 1. You just need a 2. I could give you this one, and that's it. Definitely gonna need that emergency aid. Poison sap is good. Take root. I have contagion. Maybe I should change this to contagion. Blossom Bend is very important. Nature's Gift is also very important. I'll change one poison sap to get emergency aid. Looks good. Boosty pack? I have 19 coin. Yeah, buy cards. Give. Nature pack? Yeah. Yeah. Give me something good. Okay. Another Shiniku. Big snake. Oh, that looks sad. I'll take opposite critter for power plus 5. Opposite critter gains defense burn. Burn? I can buy everything. Boosty peg. Oh, hey. Stink bomb? Battle start every 5 turn. Gain 3 poison? Oh no. Oh no. Every 3 turn you could heal 4 HP. That's really good. I could just play nature deck. I could just play nature deck now. Oh! Oh, I didn't know I can just do that. Basic energy and attack cards of all types with some rare energy cards. I want this, I want this. Maybe I can get some good energy cards. Like the triple rainbow energy. Give. Psych up. Placebo? Oh! Double crit energy. Gain 2 energy of the user's type or 1 energy of each of a hybrid user's type. That's cool! See, the thing is, I could just play... I could just play nature deck now. Your critters heal 4 HP every 3 turn. I mean, Chlorophyll is very adorable, but this one is way stronger. Nah, I want to play Chlorophyll just because Chlorophyll is so adorable. Let's play some nature deck. Get some energy cards. Blaze energy. Oh yeah, do I still need blaze energy? I mean, it's a free energy. I can use it for like, you know, extra energy. Yeah, sticker. I have Stink Bomb, right? Same for uncommon rare crit, lower your maximum HP. Uncommon. Oh, okay. So I don't think I need drill anymore. Because drill is like, yeah, ignoring defense, but I'm not actually attacking them as much. Oh, I don't need this. I don't have blaze anymore. I got this and I have stink bomb. Stink bomb? I can play this as well. Every 5 turns they get burn as well. I mean, when push comes to shove, it might help. You never know. I can have some Spectre cards as well. Because you have Spectre. Defense burn. I can use this. Gain 1 status immunity. Placebo. Opposite crit gains 1 random debuff. Yeah, this looks good. I'm playing nature deck now. I love Snake. When the game allows me to play a Snake, I'm gonna play it. Win the battle, gain a crit and skill card, you win. Battle then swap, we win. Okay. I'm gonna fight Professor again. Oops. I know I just stole your cards, but I'm gonna steal it again. Hope you don't mind. And cuteness. Every 3 turn gain 1 dodge. Your critics gain 1 critical every 3 turn. One random buff. 1 status immunity. Gain 2 special energy, gain random buff. Psychic Fist. Attack all enemy creatures for 9 damage. Lose 1 defense for 3 turns. Oh shit. I'm just gonna poison sap away. Defense plus 2 poison. Power plus 5. I could do some raw damage. Every attack. Oh, when you attack, they get poison. Oh my god, yes. I know how to play this deck. Oh my god, that hurt. Okay, free energy. We love that. Oh, that's a dodge, okay. One more card. I can gain energy first. I didn't check what they're gonna do. Oh no. That's gonna hurt. Oh, he's gonna hit this one. Minus defense, okay. That hurt. Oh, we are all weak against Spectre, I just realized. Oh no. Defense plus 1. Oh, and attack enemy creatures. Just attack them, I guess, at this point. I actually have strong attack, and that give them poison stack as well. You're already dead. Defense +1. Critical heal, okay. Good enough, right? I'm fighting at a disadvantage and I'm winning. Feels good. Poison. Poison, burn, poison. This is a good deck. This is a good deck. Can I put more stink bombs? I think I can. Attack position. Oh, find the power, okay. Not playing as Thorn. Miastical. 3 poison if it doesn't have any. Oh. About 50% HP. Plus 3. Power plus 3 damage. Ooh, I don't know if this is good. I mean, power plus 7 is quite a lot. Okay. Of your credit cards plus 1. You can have one of this. Oh boy, oh boy. I have 2 stink bombs. Yeah. More stink bomb. Oh yeah, and final power. I don't know about Contagion. Maybe it's good? I mean, it looks really good. What if we don't take this, but we get Vital Power instead? Pure nature deck. Alright, we good. Semi swaps. You've got the card he wants. Oh. Tougher fight. Oh, it's red. I feel it's gonna be very hard. It's gonna be a very tough fight. I'm gonna fight red. I love how they're called rival. It's actually just red. Oh, three critters? Oh no. 2 free energy. Two Blossom Dance, Nature's Gift. Oh, I need too much energy. Defense +1, so they all get 4 poison. I think I want to just deal some pure damage to them. What do you do? Aqua Nature Smash. 5 damage. And Drizzle, okay. Yeah, let's do it. That's a lot of damage. Okay, no more energy. Watch a shield. Oh, enemy could gain 6 shock. Gain 6 burn. Wow, okay. And take root. I should just use poison sap instead. It's alright. Oh. Oh, that really hurt. Okay, double crit energy. Contagion? Okay, this is very contagion. Why not? Attack obstacle for +5. Then Spurn. Gain 2 taunt. Bristle. I do need more. I need more energy. Okay, let's heal. Oh, it's Drizzle. Okay, they got taunt now, but I'm still gonna spam Contagion. And the heal. Nice. And then the poison sap. Very nice. Wow, I cannot believe it. Roland's was right. Poison is absolutely disgusting. What the fuck? Oh, I got all energy cards. Here, poison for everyone. Poison for everyone. You like that? You like that? Man, red got nothing for this. Shit. Use crit move one more time. Your crit power is increased by 1. Poison plus fire, poison taking bomb. Yeah. Does this mean I get to play one more card? Is this it? I want this then. Game 1 dodge. Hydrate. Hydrate? I need to hydrate. Lowers it. Oh. Bam. Obara Boil. Everyone gains 1. Every turn, everyone gain 1 burn. Kineku Aquato. I might just like swap all of these for like creatures, you know. I think I like this one as well. Being able to heal and attack at the same time. Swap with the Vault cards. Vault cards. I mean, I'm not playing any Vault card. You can have them. I just need one of each card. These are 3, but I want to keep them. Fine, you can have this. There, give me all your credit cards. Every turn, use critter move one more time. Critter move? What is a critter move? Yeah, no need drill, just get candle. Candle sting bomb. No, I'm gonna get all the critters. Yeah, like, I need to understand that this game is a collectible game. Eventually I need to get all the cards here. Nice. Alright, thank you. Let me double check. I don't think I need any of these. I kinda like this one though. Bam. I should swap for the cards I don't have. Maybe not. No. You know what? No. I don't think I have a lot of cards to swap for now. Shop. Boosty pick. Win battle, gain a credit and skill card on your win. Sure. I don't have a lot of coins, so... Picklerge. Poison. When hit, attack against 3 poison. I need to get rid of this one first. Defense plus 1 poison. Feels good, man. 17 poison? Ow! I need this. Wait, what is this? Using a skill card removes stun instead. Oh no. Like this? Oh, I might be dead. Oh, they're not attacking. Oh, okay, they're not attacking. Wait, they are attacking. Yeah, I'll do this. Because when I attack, I get... Yeah, opposite critter gain 2 poison. Get him! Oh, they dodged it, of course, I forgot. 5 damage. 2 spectral energy. Oh, you're weak against... Oh! Oh, wait. This might be stupid, I don't know. You should change spot, your snake weak against poison plus 10. Oh, shit, I didn't know. I just noticed. I'm stupid. Oh no. Status immunity. We can heal first. Okay. And then we can get energy or contagion. No, I want to attack. Yeah, let's attack. 12 damage. It is death. Did you not attack me? Attack. Officer gains 2 random debuff. 6 poison. Oh my god. Okay, free energy, use them. Poison sap. Defense burn. Let's get more energy. And then we can do heat rush. Oh, we win! Ooh, that's kind of a tough fight. Opposite spot inflicts 3 damage. Oh. Oh. Team Raccoon? Prepare for trouble. Or will turn you to rubble. Challenge Team Raccoon and you get crushed. So surrender your cards or they get smushed. I don't get a choice. I love Team Raccoon. Oh no, they have the card as well. Just get all of these first. All energy so that I can prepare for next turn. Alright, plus 10. I'm dead! They can just swap, right? Shit. Unless they don't swap, but I don't think they're that stupid. This is not enough. 10 plus 10 is 20. Well, unfortunate, but we're gonna lose our Vine Burst here. Or not, okay. They don't swap. This might kill. Yep, that kills. Poison Bite. Wait, that's such a good card. Can I get that? It's a snake card. Can I have that? I'm gonna poison you to death. What? Whee! Oh, you allow me to swap cards? Your Terra crit defense increased by 2 by the max HP and the increased by 8. Wow. Wacky Snake. Every 3 turns, all enemy crits like 2 true damage. Enemy crits max HP is raised by 5. Oh wow. Give me that. Hi Daydreamy. Good morning. This game looks good. This game is very fun, yeah. I very like. Also, I hope you're doing good. Welcome, welcome. Gain 5 burn. Oh, Immediately? I want that. I want more of these. That's a good attack. Holy Dusty. Oh. Oh, that's 5 cards. Alright, give me your cards. I just want one of everything. 9 here. I have this. Man, it's hard to choose. Of your critical card plus 1. I guess they can have cat. But cat cute though. There's no way I'm gonna give them snake, even though I have one extra snake. Fine. There you go. Doing pretty good. The throw is a bit sore because of energies. Oh. Yeah, energies is tough to deal with. Shit. I used to need medication for it, but at least now I don't have much energies left. But yeah, it must be rough. Oh, is it because of like... No, it's not spring anymore. Yeah. Sorry, my brain is not working today. I mean, all my brain power has been used on this game because I need to read so many things. But man, do I love this game. I don't want this. But I want this. I don't like vital power. Oh yeah, sticker. I don't know about this. This one doesn't make me feel... What does this even do? Use critical move one more time? So does this trigger once more? Every turn? Or like these trigger once more as well? Maybe. I think my current sticker is like good enough. I mean, as much as I love Wacky Snake. Wacky Snake. 2 true damage every 3 turns. If you're playing the long game, that helps. I don't see them healing as much. Let's get this. Instead of blocking them healing, just straight out deal damage to them. Yeah. Oh. Bella. Yeah, they're getting a lot of... Why do you get 9? Oh, look at this card! Okay, what do you do? Shock Spot, Thunderstorm. Opposite spot inflicts 2 shock. Meditate. Gain 1 critical. Oh, wow. Contagion. Yeah, let's play Contagion, why not? So, poison... Poison... Defense plus 1 poison... 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 14? Oh. Oh, this one is weak against... Okay. 3 energy. All creatures gain poison. Okay. So, use this. Get this. And maybe take root. Oh, there's so many shock. Defense plus 2 poison. Why not? Have more poison. Oh. Oh my god, that hurt. One shot? I didn't even check. That's on me. Quick shot. 4 shock. 3 taunt, 2 defense for 3 turns, gain 1 dodge. 3 power for 3 turns, 3 burn for themselves. They're gonna bomb once. Man, I feel like I might lose this one. I hope not though. I'm gonna try my best. With all the poisons and shit. This one's dead. It's gonna hurt. Oh, they have taunt, of course. Let's get more energy. Let's do some heal. I don't want to attack because they have all of these. I don't want to look at them. Obsecrator for 12 damage. Needs to lose 7 HP. Am I afraid? No, okay. Gain 7 shock. 14 damage. You have 1 dodge. Oh, you power up. Oops, all poison. Oops, all poison. They have 1 dodge. Spend that dodge. Contagion. Man. And then the heal. Okay, yeah, poison is scary strong. Poison is actually scary strong. Okay, I get it. Use to lose 3 HP. Golden Bone. Gain 3 more money when winning battles. Ooh, Stink Bomb? I need that. More Stink Bomb, thank you. Opposite critter for power plus 6 damage. Gain 1 stun. Oh. Opposite critter for power plus 2 damage. 1 critical. Taunt spot. Power plus 4 damage. I don't really want any of these cards, honestly. I kinda want Golden Bone. Every 5 turns your critters heal 6 HP. 6 HP? I'm not gonna swap too much cards now because I feel like I'm out of cards for swap now. Okay. Alright, thank you. Oh, that's it? Even more creative skill cards and stickers. Those slot characters will be playable. Not slot can randomize. Oh! 2 new element challenge to play in any order. A third act, of course. Cheeky Chivo's achievements to complete and get special reward cards. The game is already wishlisted. Man, I thought I can play the third course. Or like the third act. Man. Man. Oh. I mean, okay, yeah, fair, it's a demo. But it's very cute though. Yeah, there's only one mode. Oh. Oh. No. No. I want to play more. Wait. You can try different build? But poison build. But poison build though. The snake. I mean, the other critters don't really strike me as I want to play them. Because of Snake, and I love Snake. Water plus Earth build is also quite crazy. I kind of want Spectre build. Because I saw like some Spectre cards can really get crazy. I mean, other than buffs and debuffs, but I feel like if I get status immunity, and I can just keep giving them stun and shit, with the constrict and stuff like that, I think... Like, I think all the builds can get crazy. It just depends, and like all the elements have different kinds of playstyle to them. Like, Poison is like the easy defensive build. Earth is like the hard-hitting build, you know, I beat the shit out of you build. Fire is burn. You have to like use low-cost card to keep damaging them so that they can get burned always. It looks like. Water, I don't know. Spectre looks like plays with like buffs and debuffs. Man. Man. What's the time now? Oh, it's 3 PM? Oh. I kind of want to play some Tekken because Tekken has some Tekken is the new update. Water, you need stacks? Oh, you need to do stacks. It looks like water, and when you attack it, remove the water, then damage, then how many wet you remove? Wet. Oh, drizzle! Right, okay, it's not drizzle, it's wet. I think it's better to call them as wet than drizzle. Drizzle is too technical of a term. Like drizzle? Drizzle is too difficult to pronounce. Why not just say wet? Roland, you weren't here last night. You know how much I was, you know, I was so thirsty for all the dinos in Amber Isle. I was so thirsty that I started squeaking. You wouldn't even believe it. Anyway. Yeah. Oh, you should try Amber Isle. It's really good. How do I quit the game? There it is. If you have fun, yeah. I already wishlisted it. Let's play some Tekken. Oh yeah, see? Amber Isle. Play it. Play it, Rolands, play it. It's good. It's very the good. I like it. Alright. I mean, I'm not checking any more demos. I mean, these are the ones that I want to look at. I was really looking for these games, and I am not disappointed in the slightest bit ever. There's a Fast Force also. Fast Force? It's dice based. I played this one. The game got bugged to a point where I couldn't play it anymore. Fast Force. Oh, you can buy the game already. How do you even find these games? Oh, it's this kind of roguelike. Dice-based combat? Furry Ghostbuster, yeah. Oh, it released 2021. So the game is out for quite a bit. These are the deck builders. Card Terraptors. What? The music is the same as what? I'm confused. Is this the same game? Wait, these are the models that we've seen from... Wait, it's the same model? What? Hey, this goes to my wish list. Unity Asset Store, maybe? Developer Fast Force. Unless they're from the same developer, then yeah. Let's see, yeah. So this is also Fast Force. Let me check. Yeah, it's just it's the same. It's the same developer. Our swaps cut. So I guess it's their asset. You know, they created this and then they're just making different kinds of games with using their asset. Which I think it's pretty respectable. Yeah, Fast Force is like... Oh, sorry. This one, Spook Squad, is like old game. Not old, but it's not bad. I'm not gonna play demo though. I wanna play Tekken. DS4. Here, let me change the title. No more looking at... No, I don't want to say that. Doria because buffs. Doria because buffs. Best title ever. Okay, there we go. Let me change controller real quick. And at the same time, let me open up Tekken 8. June 9th. It's not too long. Okay. Oh my god, is my PC dying from this? Oh shit. Maybe I could try a different build when for Isle of Swaps when I'm not streaming. Give me a second. Okay, there we go. I didn't see when is Lydia gonna release. So Kazuya got some mad buffs. And I heard that Kazuya can do triple electric links now. I am very curious. Oh hey look, Legacy Asuka. Weird ass Steve behind. Is that Reina? Alright, I'm good. Alright, let's go practice. I heard that Kazuya has a really strong 15 frame punish now. No more relying on electrics. Oh no, not Panda. I don't want to beat up Panda. Go back, go back. Beat up Reina, I guess. Oh yeah, I want to change this music. I forgot. I want to be here.
Get ready for the next battle.
I want to see if the triple electric link is easy to do. I don't know. I heard that it's kind of hard, but it's possible now with the down for 1 buff. A micro dash maybe. Ooh. 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 Really? Sorry? Oh. Maybe it's really hard. Not real. Is that not the micro dash I'm looking for? Wow. Maybe I need to practice my deep dash electrics. I'm not good at that. Oh god. Oh, oh, execution is gone. Wow, rage game? Yeah. It's my favorite rage game. Oh! The... Not real. How hard is this? Maybe it doesn't work on Reina? Let me switch to a huge character. I mean, it should work on the other characters as well. Let's try King. King is like a huge hitbox. King. It's my favorite rage game. I love Tekken. Oh! That was real. So it is possible, I just need a little more practice. Oh my god. That is wild. Oh, not real. Not real. Man, how tough is this? I just did it once. My hand hurts already by practicing this. I'm getting old. Oh my god. There we go. Ooh. Oh my god, it's so difficult. Holy shit. I have triple tap? Oh. No fucking way, it's way too hard. So, down for 1 is to micro dash into down for 1 to do this. Maybe I just do... It's a lot less damage though. There we go. It's so difficult. Not real, not real. Not real. Not real. Oh yeah, one thing. This one is now a thing. I saw this on Twitter, it's like, what is that knockdown state? What the fuck? What is this Oki situation? What? Oh wait, how about this? Yeah. Even this needs practice. And then that gives good Oki. Not real. Oh. It's really tough. Oh. Wow. Very difficult. But this is unsafe now. Yeah, it's -11. I cannot abuse this anymore. It's now punishable. I rely on this so much. But we have this, I think. I think this shit is now like plus something. Plus 5. Why do your body go red? What is this move? Is that a new move? Why have I never seen that before? What does that do? Let me try something. Standing after getting hit, punish with a jab. What does it do? What does that even do? It doesn't screw? Lucario. Hey, thank you. New to your stream? Welcome. Hope you're doing good. It's we don't need to resort to this combo anymore. Oh jeez, is it really that hard? That is way too difficult, I feel like. have to do micro dash after that? Yeah, micro dash is needed, but I need to be so fast. Oh! Oh! Oh god, I have no more execution. Oh no! That do 72, but not a lot. Oh wait, I can do back 221. 221 plus 2. That's a wall carry now. Hi Leon. This is not Discord, huh? You saw, I assume you saw the message between me and when your account has some problems. Leon will not just hide like that. I do not believe you. It turns out I was right. And then I go checked out your announcements and everything. I was like, oh shit. Man, it's so difficult. I wish I could do this consistently, but man. Yeah, I wonder what changes. I was just wondering, can I have your opinion about the game I've made? No, Leon, don't do it. Don't do it, Leon, don't do it. Why are you like this? I assume you got your account back? It's you bully! How could you do that? Although I would be thoroughly impressed if you made a game. Like for real, for real. I would play it. Nice. Good to know. It was faster than expected. I'm more surprised by the fact that you can get your account back. But nice, you know, good stuff. Because usually when I hear like someone's account got hacked or some shit, and then I don't hear from them anymore, or like they just totally abandon that account, just make a new, make a new account. As far as I know, anyway. Even if I did make a game, I'm not about to let you download on the website. I would have given you the file myself. True, right? You don't usually have a website that early, I feel like. Like if you were to make a game. Why is this so hard? Why is my frame dropping like crazy? Hi, Ricky. this combo is still possible, but it has no damage. That's not real. I'm not a real Kazuya main. I made sure to save every purchase receipt and evidence of everything. And then was asking a lot of questions, so I give them a lot of receipts. Oh, yeah, maybe that could be why it's super fast. Nice. Or if it's possible at all. I'm glad you have those receipts. I think I'm just making it more complicated. I could reach me out on a different account. They was mad at you, but boo-hoo. They were mad. The audacity of that hackers, absolute idiocy. Don't mind me practicing this for the next hour, I feel like. As much as I want to make this my staple, it's too hard. It's frame drops, holy shit. They even made an attempt to send Nitro gift, but couldn't because I freeze your card. Thank God, Big Pay. Thank God, Big Pay. So desperate. Although, thank goodness my intuition was right, because if you were to send me just a single hi, and then I said that, if that was the real you, I think you would be mad. Although I don't believe you would just say hi to me in a single HI, in a single sentence. I don't think you would do that. Oh, I cannot do it. Nope, it's too difficult. It's perfect and I cannot do it. Hope the combo is doing good. I'm doing pretty good. I just finished a run of IOs of Swap, and it was really fun. It's like a deck building game. And I got my snake poison thing. The saddest thing in those, hey, I'm in the game, please check it out, please, is that the games they rip from the screenshot, they rip the screenshots from, are usually fairly decent if you can find the real games. Yeah. It's so sad, honestly. It's so sad. Most of my friend is like, you're not Leon. Leon has never been this nice. I'm glad to be one of them as well. Hi, Panda. Whoa. I'm still trying the thing. It's so difficult. Like that. It is possible, but man, is it so difficult to do. Not real. Hope you're doing good, Panda. You know your friends are good when they're absolute deep shits? True. Why is this one easier? Oh, frame drop. Oh, my frame is constantly dropping for whatever reason. Frames? And yes, I will never send anyone a simple hi. Yeah, you won't. Even when I'm trying to find you, it's always like, help me, Leon. It's like the first interaction, the first thing I send to you. Help me, Leon. I'm trying to do the perfect electric, but it's very difficult here. I'm using keyboard temporarily. Nah, I'm not gonna use that. Hey, that works. Whoa. Zero. No, that's solid. Oh my god. Why is it so tough? Really? Oh. Oh, I have to dash in. It really is. They were very brutal towards the hacker, and rereading those messages hurts me just a little bit. You should be happy, Leon. You should be happy. I think mine is like the most tame by far. Hey, my messages towards them is very tame. I mean, they even spell your name wrong, Leon. They even spell your name wrong on my end. And it's like shit. And I'm just like, nah, you're not. We're done here. I want to check the settings. I don't know why is there so many frame drops. What even is going on? Wait, no. Oh yeah, let me go to Jukebox real quick. Like, they kept sending messages about how I haven't paid some sort of health insurance and the amount is very convincing. Hey, at least I'm not one of them. Ooh. Oh yeah, this one is good. Yeah, this one's good. And then Neo City... I didn't change this. I think this one's pretty good. I kind of want this, but at the same time I kind of want this one. Wait, wasn't there like a jungle second? Oh, I forgot about this one. Yeah, we have Heat Haze Shadow already. Oh wait, this is so. Oh yeah, I want this one. I want this one. Moonsiders, Moonsiders. Second. Oh, they even have this one. I forgot. Yeah, this one. I kind of want this one. Moment of impact. I forgot about this stage. What's this again? Oh, this is the... Oh, right. I forgot. Oh, this one is also really good. I kind of want to put this on both Yakushima, but I don't know if Yakushima fits. Fantastic Theater? Oh, maybe not. I'm gonna listen to some Tekken 7 music. Oh, I forgot about this music. I actually like this one. I want this one. Stigma first and Stigma second. Fall Disney, another change. Descent into Darkness, it's all good. Sanctum is already wilderness. Intro to Stars is pretty good. This one will change back to the default one. It's golden medal. The rest should be the same. Yeah, Heat Haze Shadow, Tekken Ball Climax, main menu customization. Yeah, looks good. Save and exit. Right, now we can play ranked. I also heard Reina got nerfed too. Reina's 442 got nerfed. Maybe I should play some Reina. Should I? Reina has a lot of confusing tools as well, but I don't know. Devojin Garyu. Kazuya is Garyu? Shit. Let me try to get Kazuya to 10 Ryu back, I guess. Let me try. Why the game wants me to beat up pandas so bad? I immediately forgot which one I changed. Immediately forgot. Whoa. No, I think... Okay, sorry. I think AMD FSR 2 Ultra Performance is not good. Just put... Yeah, why not? Oh my god, I'm not wearing glasses! Wow! I'm playing this game in 144p. God damn it. 144p. Oh my god, the game looks so good. I cannot believe it. I love how much you can downscale this game just so that I can have a smooth performance. Well, as smooth as it can get. I'll take it. You know, 20 resolution scale, it's fine. Look at that. I'm not I'm not wearing glasses. Maybe I just do like the very basic. Like this works now, right? Yeah, I mean that works. And then do back 2 to 1 plus 2. Right? Okay. Wire connection is fine. Wi-Fi, I don't really want to play against Wi-Fi characters. Fang got some debuffs, but I think Fang is still very strong. Laiba.
Round 1. Fight.
Uh-oh. I'm minus 11. Bad punish. Oh. Two can play that. Ow. Interesting thing. Hey, we got Shinryu back. Nice. It's not the first time I promoted a Shinryu game, come on. Yeah, bye-bye, I know. I know about all the things that you're doing, how could you win against me? All the strings that they're doing. I've seen those shit before. I love how no one's punishing this. Look, it's just like the first week of new patch. Abuse this shit, they don't know it's minus 11. Hi, that's minus 11.
Get ready for the next battle.
Grill Ren Chajek. I don't even know what that means. Jin. Let's go. Yeah. Nice. Oh, they know. Nice. I don't think skills. I should have do more after that. Oh, the kills! We take those. Nice. Can I wake up like that? Punish? Yeah, they know. Nice. Oh, unfortunate. Uh-oh. Oh. Nice. Nice. The shmix. Ah, I did that too. Come on. Oh. Nice samsara. Oh my god, I almost did the combo though, god damn it. There was some hiccups there, you know, the connection problem. I don't get it. Woohoo! What a scramble. Double. I'm breaking throws? I'm reacting to lows? What the fuck is wrong with me today?
Get
Holy
ready
shit.
For the next battle.
I'm breaking throws on reaction. Shit. I cannot believe it. Still cannot do this combo though. It's a nice combo. They were punishing down for 1-4, I'm so surprised. Now the mid is -8. And there's this. Neutral and block. But the pushback is really good. Look at that. I mean, the pushback is kind of bad, I think. It's not good. Because it's neutral and block, but they are force crouch, so they are technically at a disadvantage.
Get ready for the next battle.
Reduce Greyat. Greyrat. No, Greyat. Battle Ruler Huarang. Let's try to size up a little bit more.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Guarantee. Oh. Nice duck. Ooh, wall carry? Nice. Nice low. I should low parry sometimes against them. I cannot get it like that. They're really good at timing the man's leg. Yeah, they're really good at timing the man's leg. This is good. Oh, okay. I guess I'm not good enough.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fair. I mean, I did get washed, so I don't think they think that I'm not good enough for them. Fine. You know, fine. They don't. I'm so bad to the point I don't even want my free win. sure?
Get ready for the next battle.
I cannot believe one and done is still a thing in this game.
貴様の思い通りにはさせない。闘争と反逆。三島の血の宿命だな。
Round one. Fight.
Oh, nice. Can you not step that? Can you not step that? Let me try walking it. Not that punishable. Nice. Yeah. -11. Not that punishable. What am I doing? Wasteling 4-4. Alright, just go with Wasteling 4-4 for now. Wasteling 4-4. Nice. Looks feels plus. Right. Forgot about the high crushes.
Round four. Fight.
Wow, what's the 4-4? That's not punishable. I should know. Ow. Nice mid. Hello?
Final round. Fight.
-19. Nice. There we go. Just gonna punish it right. Hydration, very important. I get it.
りにはさせない。闘争と反逆。
闘争と反逆。
三島の血の宿命だな。
Round one. Fight.
That was -9. Whee!
Round two. Fight.
Guess I could walk it. There's no way they can just get away with that scot-free all the time. Right? Good no.
Round three. Fight.
Maybe step the other way. Next time they're gonna do a low. I had a feeling. Oh! Plus. Get robbed. Alright. I don't know why they keep doing that.
話にならんな。
I guess blocking that. Wait, this one I'm very curious. There's no way they can just get away from it scot-free, right? Let's go to replays. Because the whatever that move is, 2-2 transition, I think. They were spamming it at round 2 or something, I think.
Get ready for the next battle.
Weird. And there's no way they can just get away from that scot-free. There has to be something I can do. Maybe it's punishable? Back 1-2 maybe? No, down back 1. Down back 1 is like 13 frames. Back 1-2 is like 11.
貴様の思い通り。
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, this one. Ah, it's unpunishable. How minus is that? -9. To be fair, they didn't give anything. Here, okay. Ooh. Wait, no, not here, not here. I guess when I get hit, I cannot do it. Wait. I'm gonna find the one that I blocked the first 2 hit. Yeah, I'm +6 if I block that. So me doing was down for 4 for a check after that. Yeah, I keep missing the punish there. I did punish it a few times towards the end, so it's all good. Wait. Ah! I have to really step it now. Sorry. Ooh. Did they change? What? What? I think the replay messed up. The replay messed up. I guess I can stab it. It's just a little bit difficult to time it. That is why I got hit. And then the schmicks. Yeah, this one. Oh, wait, go back. At the wall. Yes. Low. I'm at the wall. Probably that's why I cannot do it. Walk it? Sorry? Chat. Oh, wait, walk it? Yeah, I have to walk it. Okay. That makes sense. I cannot just stab it. I have to walk. I have to commit to walking it. Hi, Merp. Hello, Merp. Oh my god. How's the Kobo doing? Hi, Merp. Welcome. Yip. Yip. A yip to Kobo. A Kobo to Kobo yip. Doing rotastic? Nice. It's always good to know that Merp is doing rotastic. My reaction is nasty today. I'm breaking throws on reaction. I'm punishing properly.
Get ready for the
I am
next
performing
battle.
really well today. Yippee. Oh, it's your birthday today. Oh my god. Have the best heckin' birthday, Merp. Big happy birthday, Merp. Yay. Did you get any cake today? Or like any good food you're gonna get? Oh wow. Actually, I have no idea when my birthday is, but my human has today, so I decided it's mine as well. That's fair.
Get
And that
ready
makes
for the
sense.
next battle.
Shatifu! Why am I fighting against the Eliminator? Oh wait, but Eliminator is like Garyu. Oh yeah, it's only like 2 ranks. Chama wa Rida. Are you? Who are you? You're not Leon. Nice. It's over. Nice 11. Oh, they tried it, they know.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, doesn't work. Oh, nice stab. I need to duck that. Oh my god, the timing. Don't low parry when I'm at the ground. It shares happy vibes. Yay! Happy Mert is happy Tiara. Oh, I tried to step. Oh, too late. Whee! Hello? Nice mid. I'm dead. Nice. Got them ducking. Oh, fair enough. I have expected a low kick since it's the most common thing players to do to deal the final blow. That's why it's like you have a universal low parry. Like usually when I'm like pixel health, right? Pixel health, I just do like low parry. That's why I do most of the time. So, you know, good players, they will not do low immediately. They'll either delay, like go in, delay, do a mid or something, or delay the timing on the low. It's all very interesting. Now that this combo works, I should just go with this. 2 electrics down, back 2-2. 2 punches back 2-2 down for 1.
Get ready for the
Merpish
next battle.
Merp, it's your birthday, it's not mine. No, I'll cry. I don't go with me. Cowboy's too happy. It's a high. Try to reversal me? I'm not gonna press buttons immediately. Stop doing that.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh no, it doesn't work. Oh. Oh, nice. Woohoo. Guaranteed. Good low, that was nice. Oh my god, you cheeky! No. Oh my god, I shouldn't have opened. Stop that. Strings. You know I can attack your strings some days, right? Let's go. This person clearly has a lot of Asuka experience, but seeing this fight, and it's like you yourself have much more experience dealing with Asuka. It's Tekken 7 residue knowledge, I feel like. Ooh, oh my god, back 3 just like that. Fair, 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 fair. Should not wake up like that. Ow. Oh no, snowball. Low. Oh, yeah, they were waiting for it. Good shit. Nice mix. Good shit. Mid kick. Oh, you did. Those strings are duckable. Spring kick. Oh, it's a 2 break. Minus 11. Nah. Ooh, back 3 is too good. I cannot take roll like that. I got hit by that too many times. Reversal on full screen. Back 3. Oh! You actually freezes the string! Fair enough. Stop. I cannot do that anymore. Yeah, fair enough. I wake up too much. I wake up like that too much and they caught me off guard every time. Have some patience. I don't need to wake up so fast every time. Yeah? Duck some strings. Look for the strings that she's doing. Doesn't want that way, 1 too many hits. If only can do some basic combo. Low? Low incoming? They have no patience, just do strings. They don't know about strings. That's punishable. Oh, too late. Nice. Oh, it's a tuber. Oh my god. Remember, they like to break throws. Kurare! Strings! Kurare! We take those. They are no defense. I wonder how much my defense is. I'm so curious. How do I check that? I mean, you can check other people's defense. 40. Yeah, that makes sense. I'd love to play with you one day, but Tekken expensive. I need to remind myself to install DOA. I need to install DOA so that we can play together as well. Profile. Profile? Gives you some special Chinese? Oh my god. What's special though? I'm a little bit concerned because you started fronting. I'm gonna assume those Chinese are great. Highest ranked character. Yeah, I got a 12 win streak. What stats? Damn, I have 69 defense. Nice. Nice. Yeah, my throw escape needs work. It's only C. It's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Techniques really low. Stage use B, retaliation B, judgment A. Accuracy A+? Fighting spirit B? How do you even count these? Oh, my block is S+ though. It's maximum. I am keeping my block up. I don't want to get hit. My composure is A+? Hey, the game says it, not me. I have huge composure. Let's go. Respect. See? I respect opponents. S+. Goddamn. I have huge respect. Ambition S. Yeah, fairness. Am I not playing fair enough game? Fuck you. Oh shit. I love looking at stats like this. Attack frequency, heavy damage, dominance, aggressiveness. Fart unrelated. Okay, thank goodness. I wouldn't want the stinky shiny. But yeah, hope you're doing good, thanks. My throw escape's like 2. I don't blame you, right? My throw escape is absolute dog shit, so yeah. It is not easy to break throws. It is not. You have a quarter of a second to break to look at whichever hands they're extending. So yeah, there you go. I'd love to know how the game measures all these. Same. How do I measure my fairness and respect? I mean, respect, I guess, not pressing buttons after a round end. Probably. I need to moist. Yep. All the yip. So many friend noises. Kobold friend. Friend kobold noises. Friend kobold. I'll play. Funny to hear my own voice in these. Same. It's also weird to hear my own voice in these as well. But I hate to say it, but I am slowly getting used to it. I cannot believe it. Oh. It's punishable. Uh-oh. Nice, Devon. No! I can react to that. Get out! No! I hate. Elegant! Boom! Ah! I pressed the button. Uh-oh. Why did I duck? No, I pressed it! Oh, root of evil. Good. Low. Nice. Elegant! Eleven. 11. Don't do that. Oh. We take those. Disgusting. Oh, thank you, Roxas. Yeah, it's Merp's birthday. Yeah. Merp is a heckin' cute couple. Served.
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Oh, I sidestep. Nice, mid. Oh, what? Did they change your voice lines? Nice low. Oh. Throw. Oh wow, shit. Shit. Aggressive. It's -11. They know that I punished that. Even though I never punished it once. But if they do it again, I'm gonna punish the shit out of it. No? Oh, and they're gone! Nice. Hi, Chashu. Game? forgot about that string. Can't believe it. Elegant! Bro, evil. Oh my god! Nope. I didn't duck that. We take those! Elegant! Plus. Low. 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 Oh! Oh no, nice. Shirt. We have cute kitty. Oh my god. We have kitty. Happy birthday, you may have this cake. Wow. As I made this cake. Nom nom. Ow. Oh my god, I'm getting out timing. Roll evil. Elegant. They did it. I'm getting out timinged. Oh no. Not like that. Nice mid. Shouldn't have ducked. No reason to duck. Woohoo! -11. That was nasty. Duck! Duck it! Nice mid. Hey! That's 19. I punished it! -11. Second hit! That's hard to block. It's a mid, low mid. Wow, you disrespect. Back 1-2. Ikome! No! No! I know the string! Elegant! Oh. I'm ducking. I'm dead. Help. I'm dead. Whee! I want to win down 4! Damn good, Lily. When a 50-year-old dude beats up 17-year-old girls with laser beams. When the 50-year-old dude with demon powers gets beaten up by a 17-year-old girl. I'm sorry, I know I'm bad at the game. I know I'm not that good. I'm getting beat up by a 17-year-old girl. No, sad cobalt noises. Wing, wing. As a compensate, as a way to compensate this little kobold right here, everyone must pet everyone must pet Merp right now. Give Merp boobs, give Merp pets. Very important stuff. Yeah. I'm already conditioned to do this hard combo. Man's 19. Kurai. Oh. Wait, that doesn't work? Right, I forgot about this is the thing. Get a free side switch. What's that? Yikuzo! Wow, that doesn't use a lot at all. What? What? Utoshi. What? Oh my fucking god, 94 damage. What the Amarika? How am I fighting against Amarika? If it's Asia 1, 2, or 3, that's good. Amarika? To be fair, Tira is way better at this game than I can ever be. Maybe? I never seen you play this though, so I cannot really say for sure. Oh my god, Xiao Yu! Okay. Hypnotist. I didn't duck that. I don't know what I'm doing. Holy shit. Oh, good. Just wait for them to do unsafe stuff and punish them for it. 1, 2, boom. And the mid. Unsteppable because I'm Xiao Yu. Nice spring kick. Why are you ducking for so long? Oh, what the fuck? That's actually impressive. they magic for my 4-4-2. What the fuck? I feel insulted. God damn. They tried. Low chart. Low chart. Jesus. Mid, low. My goddamn self. What the fuck is wrong with you? Mid. It's a mid string. It's not a mid low and mid high anymore. They don't know. It's -11. Oh my god. Yeah, they like that. They like that. I can punish with down for 1, I think, if they do that again. Like that. Yeah, it's a mid now, bitch. Mid. Stop. Don't. Gonna mid check this little girl. Oh shit. I played Tekken 3 on the PS1 when it was new and a bit of a Tekken 5 story mode. Do this count? Oh, they absolutely count, yeah. It's a high string. It's a high string. Oh wow. Got clipped by second hit. Plus. Get baited. Mid. Mid. Help! Ooh, good mid. I was stuck in.
Round 2. Fight.
Back 1-2. Mid, low, high. Ooh, with a step. Not the punishable. Oh my god, just pressing buttons, what the fuck?
Round 3. Fight.
Oh fuck, my back is just not clean. Imada, boom. Golly. Oh my god. What is wrong with this fucking character? Ooh, that's faster! It's neutral on block though.
Fight.
Minus 19. Minus 19. Minus 19. They don't know. Yo, it's not getting punished. I will abuse the shit. Let's go, minus 19. Wee, minus 19. Oh fuck. Minus 19. Minus 19. Minus 19! Minus 19! The minus 19! Minus 19! Minus 19! Mid, low. Mid, low. Oh, I'm getting xiaoyu'd. They were not punishing minus 19 though. I'm fucking cheese. That's xiaoyu. You're not cheating, you only use the 2 the game gives you. Yeah, and they don't know how to punish her. And then they start using Hypnosis, the most broken stance in the game. Yeah. Please, for the love of God, it's minus 19. Punish it. Even I feel bad now. I'm minus 11. Don't press buttons after that. Not like that. I'm also learning about Xiaoyu a little bit. Fucking Xiaoyu is a king.
Round 2. Fight.
Getting worked up. Is that not a generic throw? Jesus fucking Christ, you and your fucking shit character, man. Delete this character. Fuck. My god.
Round 3. Fight.
Evasion with the best fucking mix in the game. Get the fuck out. Mid. My god. Everything whiffs against his character. Back 1-2. There we go. Get out, jeez. Everything whiffs against the character. I cannot believe the newest patch didn't even touch on Xiaoyu, goddamn.
Get ready for the next battle.
Did they even nerf Hypnosis? It's so annoying to go against. Like, it's the actual 50-50 with no counterplay. Like, nothing of value will be lost, I feel like. Jeez. Like, there's also other characters. I mean, there are other characters who is also as evasive as Xiaoyu. But she's just on another level because of her mix-up potential is just insane. Especially with the Hypnosis stance. Pure 50-50. Either I take chip damage, or I take an unpunishable launching low. After the when Xiao is in heat, unpunishable launching low, unseeable too.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh no, why is this roll back? Nice. Nice reaction. They got it. Nice bait. I'm dead. Oh, no ratio? No, get How could you? You think I cannot react to this fucking laser? Man. Nice. That was a 5.5. Nice check. Kikome! I ducked. Cebu, Kaz, hi. Thanks for the follow. Oh, the bait. I'm getting baited every time. I need to have more patience. Nice. That was sweet. Oh, what a duck. Oh, that was obvious. That was very obvious. Ooh. The duck, nice. Oh, they messed up. Oh! Oh, I tried to step a little bit too late. Never ducking. Oh my god, that was so ready. Good shit. Hi, yeah. Welcome, hope you're doing good. They're really good.
Round one. Fight.
Oh, sweet. Stop doing that. They can react to it. Nice. Don't do down for 1-4. They can absolutely react to it. Nice, I whiffed. Oh! Is this thing? Oh, hard combo? Hell yeah. They tried. I ducked.
Round three. Fight.
+5. Minus. I should have punished that. Nice. That was sweet. Tech rolling. Ah! I should have done it first. I wanted to do down back 1-2, but I don't find the chance to. I mean, there's a lot of chance for me to do it, but they were really good with the timing.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fly me to the moon in Yip minor. That is just yippin'. Hi, Coffee Mensa. Hi, Shy. I'm surprised sometimes they will still win.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, hey, it's the same person again. Oh, good. I want to learn.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice punish. That was sweet. Oh my god, the timing! Good shit. Rage Art? Going for the stylish combo? Not that yet. You get robbed. You should have used the Rage Art, buddy. Nice delay. Ah, I did that too. Don't do that.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. Oh, range. Oh, I'm dead. Back and forth. I tried to do down 4, I'm dead. Nice.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, we punished that. No. Ow. I ducked. Yeah, forget about the muscle tech, did you? We take those. Good shit.
死にならんな。Round 1. Fight.
Oh, so fast. Whee! Hello? Nice punish. They were ready. Oh, nice. Utoshi. Oh, just keep out. My timing is too obvious. I messed up the combo so bad. Too far. Oh my god, what a punish. That deals no damage, buddy. No! Ah, good mid. I was low parrying. No. Oh, what? Doesn't work. Nah. Nice. What? My back? What is this? The duck? Hell sweep? I'm spring kicking? No. Where? I'm spring kicking for... I'll do it again. Get a step back. Should have cancelled it, buddy. You should have cancelled it. Let's go. Good shit. Want the back and forth. Actual Tekken is fun to play. Now this kind of back and forth, hell yeah. Oh, is the yip actually affecting the frame? Oh my god. The yips are too strong. We left the yips. Oh, Victor. I keep hearing my own yips. I'm gonna cry. Victor. Let's go, Victor. Hugas. Nice. Expulsion! Get out! Nope. Expulsion! Whee! I'm dead. Oh, good confirm. Misinput. Whee! I'll do it again. Nice! They finally got a hit. Swat! That's a punish. Jai! Shari! Hey man. Check out my new 15 frame punish, buddy. That's my new 15 frame punish. 10 Ryu, let's go. We got another Dragon. Chinese bootleg John Wick. John Wick. Le couteau. Le baguette. Baguette. Hong Hong. Whee! Nope. Jai! Oh. Hey, did you know they have a new 15 frame punish? Get out! Oh, that's so satisfying, goddamn. You wanna do that again? Core lock. Plus low. Stop. Oh, I help. Oh, man's line still. Explosion. Don't explosion. Whee! Oh, ow, ow, I didn't mean to duck. My backdash is not clean. But I did duck in the end. For an apple teeth. Yukuzo! Explosion! Ah! Hello? Nah. Fair enough. Wow, Victor is so much easier to deal with now. Wowee. Victor is not...
Get ready for the next
Yeah, I know they nerf Victor so much, but... Yeah, with that running 2 being like +2 only, I think. +2, but then they have like a new stance transition, from what I've heard. It's like easier to deal with now. They don't just spam running 2 all the time because it's +6 on block. It deals cheap damage, homing essentially, and counter launcher. It is still a counter launcher, so just don't press buttons when you're like far away against Victor. No. Yeah, Victor is a lot easier to deal with now. It feels like Victor is not as... It's not much of a brain rot character anymore. Like, you actually have to play Tekken now. Sometimes they still win. Maybe I have to do... The second one has to be dash electric. So that... Yeah, it's more consistent. Casual 84 damage. Finally, Kazuya is a real character now. No more inconsistencies for Kazuya. Did you know that this is a noob killer? You will see low rank do this all the time. They cannot react to the second hit. But above, I think this one above yellow ranks can react to this already. The second hit is like absolutely, yeah, brutal. Minus 23 on Brook. You could just do like a launcher. Casual 86 damage. I can't believe it. Having actual combo route feels good now. Actual combo route. It's not just like so many inconsistencies. Like for me to do basic combo back then, the bread and butter back then is this. 2 jabs. Shit, it's hard to do with no damage. But I practiced it, and now I can do it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fujin? Fujin? Shit, Fujin is kind of tough. I'll see what I can do. That looks like Majima, I think.
Round 1. Fight.
Like 3-3. Did you read my message before Merv started yipping? I might have missed it. It's okay, shout at me if you feel that I'm missing anything. Shout at me, it's all good. Oh, nice, good timing. Oh. Oh. Are you testing me? Slide. Back 3-3. Come on. Nice. Perfect. Going down. Nice. Spring kick? Mid? Nice, good timing. Let's go. I'll check it out. I'll check the message out. Woo! Woo! Good mid check. Mid. Oh my god, timing. Perfect. Does it not work anymore? Oh, I tried to step it. A little bit too late.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, come on. We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Dash block. High crush. Oh my god. That was just me wailing. I'm sorry.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice. Oh, good timing. Good challenge, by the way. Combos? You almost did it. I did. Oh, they tried acid rain. What are you trying to do, you shit? Good mid. You trying to 3-3 throw me? I need to be careful. That high crush is really something else. Oh, nice punish. Combos. Plus low. Guarantee. Oh, nice. I pressed button. Perfect. Going down. This might kill. Oh, I should have more patience and block the second hit. Ah, yeah. Nice. Man, I could have won against a Fujin. If I won against a Fujin, man, I'm popping off. Okay, what was the
Get ready
message?
for the next battle.
Before the yips, right? I joined your server shortly before showing up in chat today. Oh, okay, okay. Here, let me check. Chashu level 69. Nice. Make sure you read the rules. Okay. I'm just gonna assume you read the rules because you did the thumbs up. I'm doing all the things like manually, like I mentioned, so that you know, no bot can just like press a button and then join the server. Welcome to the server. Welcome to the server. We have dragons. Yay. We have dragons and some kobolds and a bunch of dragons. Casual 97% and 97 damage? Yeah. Full bar, okay. What? And Brian's yipping. Oh, you're right. We have a bunch of birds too. Amazing portable. Yark. Nice second hit. Don't know why I ducked there. I stopped ducking against Leo, there's no reason. Oh, nice. There's no reason to duck against Leo. Hello? Oh my god. They're gonna do Hell Sweep now. Oh, they're gonna use that knowledge against me. Good shit. Because they're enhanced, I think they're gonna do the low sweep. Ow! That's a low launcher? It's a color launcher, that's so good! Damn, Leo is everything. Mid. Nice. Okay.
Round 4. Fight.
+1. Nice, we punished, they did it. Oh. Oh, that's a combo starter if you have heat. Interesting. Nice. Nice. I need to stop whiffing buttons. I'm whiffing too much. They were waiting for me. If I read the rules, I will mention joining it here. Fair. True. I did mention it. I did put it in the rules. It would be best if you can like identify in the chat, just in case there's no like bots. They just randomly join. Oh. Oh. I have bad spacing. Nice. Oh my god, damage. Nice, I ducked. Kenpo? I forgot Leo is a Kenpo. Oh my god. Oh, is that all guaranteed? That would be wild if that's all guaranteed. I ducked too much. I ducked too much. This is death. Good shit. You want Discord? Didn't Char get the Discord? Good deal. Kobo can Char get the fun arrow?
Next battle.
I mean, if Char wants, I don't want to give like unsolicited, you know, like, I just to make sure, Tira, yeah, I know, that's why. I should say he's the reason. Okay. Alright, you know what? I get it. I get it. Alright, give me a second. If I just type level 69, would I get it? Oh my god, I get level 69! Alright, here you go. You should have it now. Funny roll. Sometimes I think about this, like, is it because I'm a relatively small streamer that most of the stuff that I say is sometimes very harmful, I feel like. Can I just get away with it, you know, because I'm such a small, like, not so well known.
Nice.
Not so well known streamer. I mean, sometimes some of the things I say is particularly hurtful, especially to the, especially when I'm playing Tekken and I say some hurtful stuff, which I kind of regret saying sometimes. But I feel like I get off scot-free just because I'm very small. You know what I mean? Maybe I'm thinking about this too much, but it's just definitely how I feel. No problem, Char. In fact, how it works, so one simple record, there's less people that will report you the instant you said something. Yeah. Sometimes I don't know if it's a blessing or... Oh god. 14%! I don't know if it's a blessing because at some point I do crave viewership, right? I do, but at the same time, once I have that viewership, I have to be so careful about what I say all the time, right? Should duck that. Nice, I was minus. Am I dead? Get out! Don't touch me! Oh, wow, they just went for it. I'm dead. Ooh, damage. Good shit.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, nice. Victory. Nice track. Oh! Nice brain trap.
Fight.
Woohoo! Ow. You're not gonna do it again, are you? We take those.
Final round. Fight.
Oh, wow, you would just do that. Uh oh. They're wailing now. Security? Minus 11. Nice. Not bad, not bad. Wonder why they got 14%. I mean, I guess if I win, they're just gonna disconnect. But when they win, they're not gonna disconnect. Because the 14% is really high. Like, really fucking high. Oh wow. They're really good at fishing for counter hits. Punish. Guarantee. Oh, my backlash is not clean.
Round 2. Fight.
Good luck. Oh, 4-2. To be fair, they'll just spam forward too because they're not really getting punished for it. Yeah, like they're not really getting punished for it. I need to do a better punish for that.
Round 3. Fight.
Those electrics were crisps though. Need to do a better punish than that. Nice. Shit, I didn't break that. Oh my god, I was stepping though. Nice. Good Sabaki. Woo. Nice.
Final round. Fight.
Back 3. Oh, nice. Nice optimization. Oh, nice down 2. Down for 2. I might be dead. Nice. That was obvious.
You win.
俺は全てを支配する
Me gonna go soon, doing quests outside. Okay, Merp. A big happy birthday again, Merp. I hope you have a heckin' great day.
Round 1.
And good luck with quest. I ducked. Minus 11.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice 11.
Round 3. Fight.
Guarantee. Oh, wow, that's really fast. Dead. Nice. That's a really good low. Woohoo. 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 Oh my god, they're going crazy.
Final round. Fight.
Is it punish? We take those.
You win.
話にならんな
Hanashiri narana.
Get ready for the next battle.
Look at the best part of Kobo Discord. It's 100% a blessing. It's a personal opinion, but you better staying in the range of 25 to 50 people watching and not have a big media presence. That way you both have viewership and you get to meet new people along with the regulars that tend to every second stream. Yeah, I feel that, I feel that. I think 25 to 50 is like a really good middle ground. Like, or like the... Like, to my personal preferences, yeah, 25 to 50 sounds like a good... Yeah. A good middle ground, I would say. Where anything but regular. Case in point, have you looked... if you looked more into a soul to keep yet, Jade? Also, on topic of hurtful stuff, I haven't heard Tara say anything too bad yet, to be honest. Some of the stuff Dirk and this chat say is way worse. I don't know, I feel like the things that I've said sometimes is very hurtful. Especially to like, when I was fighting against Xiaoyi just now. Man, that was an outburst. Usually it's me and Nutman. Nutman. I can also get pretty unhinged in Dirk's chat sometime. I assume Dirk means seal? I just like to throw kobolds at Seal sometimes. I haven't seen Seal streaming in a while. Is he okay? Or is he taking like a well-deserved break? Because I know the Seal for like quite a while. He has been streaming for a long time. Like lots of marathon or something. It's a long stream for a long time. But now I haven't seen him in a while. Don't know if he's okay. Am I in Seal's Discord? I'm fighting against all the rulers now, which is fair because the next rank is Mighty Ruler for me. Gonna try my best to like not get intimidated by ranks. Flame Ruler is like 2 ranks above me, I believe. But Sahin though, ugh. Sahin's pretty strong. The slide is disgusting. Wutoshi. What the hell? did your game crash or something? It's just a regular schedule, maybe it's not free when oh right, of course. Time zone is a thing. Take check. Slide. Oh, I forgot about the string. Yahaba Matidi! Going down. Nice bit. Nice combo! Very... what is wrong with your connection? I was playing... What the fuck? I didn't do it! I didn't do it! I'm not an asshole! I usually take my L very well. I take L's to learn. I didn't do this shit. This shit hurts my reputation. Reputation? Of something. I didn't do that shit. I have proof. Goddamn.
Get ready for the next battle.
If I get beat up, I get beat up. I don't quit. Maybe the game crashed. I don't know. But man, that's upsetting. For me, he starts streaming at 3 AM usually. Oh god. 3 AM. I never seen... Maybe... Yeah, maybe it could be at the same time. Or like similar to like very early morning. Maybe like 1, 2 AM, 3 AM even. Honestly, I have no idea. It's just that I haven't seen him stream in a while, so... Yeah.
Round 1. Fight.
Delay. Oh, nice. Whoop. Oh, whoa. Oh shit, I wasn't ready. You're so white, I can't see shit, brother. Come on, buddy. Hello? Mid? Nice, good shit. I cannot see your throws. Your character is like blending in. God damn. Hello? Oh wow. That was airborne. Yeah. That messed up the combo. Delayed. No. It's 6. It's a mid. It's a high mid, I think. Oh my god, you're just twerking at this point. Fair enough. We take those. I cannot believe I actually did the two back 1-2s to break the heartbreak wall. Actually kinda cool. 3rd extremes 5 days a week. Oh wow. Amazing, amazing. Nice, good timing. Whoop. Range on that shit? Game? Doesn't kill. Ow, that kills. Yeah, and Heat Burst doesn't kill anymore. Bruh. Low. 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 Nice. Nice, good armor. Oh, god damn. Oh, okay, side walking is not enough apparently. Cheesy fuck.
Round 1. Fight.
Fair enough. So annoying to deal with. Fuck. Yeah, of course. Shit's safe? Oh god. Oh, fair. That's plus. Oh, they're not blocked. Fair enough, that's very obvious. Man, everything is safe with Lars. Fuck me, what the fuck is that? Annoying as fuck to deal with. Are you gonna be the next Xiaoyu? Are you like a male version? Plus. Safe. Been punished. Worst punish in the game. Oh, what the hell is that? My man, what the hell is this character? Oh. Sanguine Cerberus. Hi, thanks for the follow. I'm a little bit heated fighting against this fucking... Oh my god. Ah! I can break that. Nice mate. Oh, we take those. My god. Thank god. Then there's a tough to deal with Lars. And then she they Tekken player. Good luck for your games. Thank you. I'm definitely gonna need those. I couldn't complain much, honestly. I mean, with the new buffed Kazuya, yeah, honestly, cannot complain much. I'm already like... Kazuya is already like super strong. It's just matchup knowledge at this point. Right? It's just matchup knowledge. I need to have more composure. This is still so difficult to do. I have to do micro dash with the down for 1. I played King and his changes weren't that bad, just gonna adapt to a little different style. I didn't really check much of King's.
Get ready for the
Patch?
next battle.
But yeah, it's good. It's good to hear that this game is going through like a big patch like this in less than a year. Kazuya got fixed? Yeah. Especially the downfall 1. Why are you ducking so much? What's your place? What are you trying to do? This is an interesting change. Kazuya now is a proper 15 frame punish now. Oh, downfall 1-4 is so good. But it's minus 11. A lot of people still don't know yet. Good choice, good choice. Nice. That's a really fast waifu. Oh damn. Are you trying to do something else with the waifu? Gee. Nice. Oh. Good. Nice low.
Round 3. Fight.
I cannot low parry that. The duck? The duck? Yike! Oh! Real fucking Lee? Execution God?
Round 4. Fight.
Do it again. I'll just do my basic combo, I'm sorry. I'll just do my basic combo, I'm sorry. I cannot do perfect electric. Oh my god, I'm not a real Kazuya main. I'm Heihachi main.
Final round. Fight.
Why are you only 155k prowess? I don't believe you. You have solid execution, like actual solid execution. Elsu? Nice. Nice. Good choices. Your backdash is so weird though. Are you actually using scripts? Why is your backdash so not clean when everything else is so clean? Everything is way so clean. I'm not gonna say much for now. But the backdash is just not that good. Casually link Cobalt K then yeah, I mean it's Cobalt K. Do your backdashes. Here. Yeah, look at that! The backdash is just you pressing back over and over. I'm checking his replay afterwards. There's no way you just nail a fucking perfect electric online with 100 ms when you cannot do proper backdashes. I don't trust you. Nice. 11. Nice, I did that too. The 2 jabs. Oh, they did this too.
Round 2. Fight.
Look at the backdash and the waifu. It's such a huge difference. Are there scripts in this game already? They don't know how to punish -11?
Round 3. Fight.
You're so suspicious right now, buddy. Not the punch him. I wouldn't. Yeah, look at that. It's such a huge difference. Nice. Oh, sorry. My PC was dying. Nice. Double. No. Good mid.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh. Very fast throw. Nice. Sussy.
You lose.
話にならんな。
I believe in clean inputs, but those backdashes is just kinda sus. I hope they hand a Heihachi clone soon. I think it's too funny if they committed a bit of him being just dead. I mean, Harada did say though, Heihachi Mishima is completely dead, according to Harada. But that's the thing though, Harada is always like the element of surprise. You never know when Harada is gonna be like, aha, psych, Heihachi clone, boom! You never know. But man, do I crave a Heihachi. I mean, sure, there's Reina, but Reina is so noisy. Reina is too noisy. Because I need to... Okay, Jade. What's going on? On top of the game, someone made a manual so you can play Archipelago with Cobalt Care? Damn. I think I Cobalt Care Archipelago. I'm not gonna question. I'm a proper Cobalt Care fan. And like, how does it seem too funny to not commit? I know, right? We need a Heihachi clone. If it's not Heihachi, Combat Heihachi, maybe? You know, and then it would be funny, it would be like Combat just go like Hoya, Hoya, Surya or something like that. I don't know.
Fight.
Okay, I'm gonna check out this command history.
1.
That's clean. Why are you trying to backdash when you're still getting hit? Yeah. Good. So far so good. Okay, you guys are... What the fuck is that input? Hello, how indecisive can you be in less than... Whoa, that's scripted. That is scripted. This is obviously cheater. You notice how much I'm trying. That one low poke. Look at that. That's cheating. That if that's not cheating, I don't know what is. Fucking cheater. You were getting hit. Why are you spamming down back 1+2? I think you're spamming down back 1+2 because are you force crouched? No, why are you spamming down back 1+2? Told you something is sussy. There's no way you just fucking hit a like perfect electric first counter hit. You're just a Garyu, buddy. You're just a Garyu.
Round 2.
Bro. Did you want that down back 1+2 so bad? Sorry, down back 1-2 so bad. It's obviously a cheater. It's already confirmed. I didn't punish that. I was so confused because you noticed I didn't punish the down for 2, right? Because I was like, why are you doing so clean waifu, but you cannot do proper KBD? Brother, you cannot do proper KBD. You hit a first counter hit down for 2, immediate perfect electric. How is that not sussy when you're only Garyu? It's cheating. And then I mess up all the combos here. Yeah, the waifu is too clean, and the backdash is just not there. Look at that! You notice the backdash is not even there. Disgusting. It's scripted. It's scripted. This part here. Sorry. After this, backdash. It has like a pattern. Nice wave dashes. I know, right? God damn. Good script, buddy. It's not script. I think this is still macro because they're not ducking highs. They're not ducking highs. They're not breaking throws. I mean, I didn't throw them. I'm sure they can just break throws on like just break throws 100%. The backdash. Oh, the backdash is so sad. I played this game for so long. My backdash is not clean. My backdash is like trash, buddy. But even I can do like proper KBD down back cancel. Cheater. Confirmed. That's why he keeps doing down for 2. Look at that! Fucking first ever down for 2 counter hit, immediate perfect electric. A perfect, by the way, 13 frames perfect electric. It's not just that you need to do it perfectly, you have to do it like just frame. That's perfect. How do I explain this? Down for 2 on counter hit, you have a 3 frame window. Oh, sorry, you have the 13 frame window that the character remains standing. So Kazuya has a 13 frame perfect electric. Namely, you do it by forward, neutral, down, forward, 2. Alright, that's the perfect electric. Or you can do forward, neutral, down, down, forward in a perfect sequence, 1 frame into 2. That's also a perfect electric, but that's way harder. Like, so a lot of people just opt for like forward, neutral, down, forward. Alright? You have to also consider that this shit is unbufferable. That's why I cannot do it. I really cannot do perfect electric. I'm not that good. I'm just a casual Tekken enjoyer. And then immediately hit this micro dash down for 1-2 perfectly as well. I practiced for, I shit you not, 1.5 hours. I cannot nail it. 13 frame tricks are doable by human as far as I know. It's doable. It's entirely doable. But on 115 ms online, and also the first counter hit launch, I call sus. You like, okay, so pro players don't even go for this shit, right? We have, okay, I watch the main man Sui a lot, who plays Tekken for 30 years plus. Kazuya main 30 years plus. Even he cannot nail perfect electric 100%. And then this guy just do it one time on the Garyu rank. Garyu can hardly do Like Garyu can hardly do consistent electrics, and then they nail a perfect electric. Fuck me. At least they are not like ducking, like blocking all lows, duck all highs, and break all throws. How are they not blocking that? Were they not holding back after that, or are they doing another electric afterwards? I didn't see it. It's too clean. Holy shit, the macro. Oh my god. Well, that's a first cheater if I ever see one. Good. I was so confused by the movement that I didn't even punish down for 2 at all. Let me check their profile. Heavy damage, aggressiveness. Flame Ruler King. I mean, it's all waifu characters. Regarding a battle, cheating, hacking. Describe the unsportsmanlike behavior here. Not that report made through this form do not receive replies, so those requesting replies should submit inquiries through customer support. Macro input. Input? Input. Unnatural input with 1 frame spam of down back 1+2 while getting hit. I think that's deserved. Actually, what's the time? What's the time now? 6:22. I'll play for a little bit longer because tomorrow I will not be able to stream. Thinking about it actually makes me kind of sad. I know it's weird to bring it here, but I think you guys deserve to know what's going on tomorrow. If you guys don't know, tomorrow is... I think tomorrow is Father's Day? Yeah, I think tomorrow is Father's Day, and we're going to visit Dad. Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
And because of that, I don't think I'll be able to stream tomorrow. But at least I'll be back on Monday. Oh. Oh, it's not real. Yeah, see, I cannot do it. I really cannot. I tried triple electric into micro dash down for 1-2, down for 1, down for 2 is so fucking difficult. I cannot do it. I don't think I can do it. I really don't think I can do it. I mean, I can do. I can still do this combo at least. Or at least I can still do this combo. Oh! But you've done that on Jin? Did I? The Jin doesn't require this kind of combo. What controller do you use? I use a PS4 controller. I think I have my DS4 open. Nee? This is my DS4 controller. I mean, this doesn't say much, but I have my controller here. It's good stuff, I'm telling you. PS4 controller is good, but my D-pad is like broken because you hear this. Because I did too much wave dash and now this happens. With the D-pad, it has like a weird noise every time I press down. But it's okay. Then I actually have another controller that also have this sound. Because I was playing, like, yeah, this is another controller, but it also has the same noise. Also have the same noise, goddamn. Can't believe it. I'm a levelless warrior, I've been since 2019. Levelless warrior? Levelless? Level? What is levelless? Levelless controller. Levelless controller. I hear pets are fragile. They are quite fragile, yeah. Sadly. Oh, hey, I'm searching for a levelless controller. Oh, okay. It's just another term for hitbox? Oh no, I don't know anything about those things. I'm too casual for this. Give me a second. Oop. These things? Oh, that's weird. Wait, they are buttons. Show me Shopee. Wow, piang at 200 ringgit. Chow, how good. No. Walao, 1200块神经哦. This one is level. So levelers is just all buttons like this. Not this. This one. Yeah, no level. Oh, Hitbox is a brand. Okay, okay. Oh, it's like playing with a keyboard, but not a keyboard. Because this is like ASDW and then UIJKOL something something. Then you have two buttons here, it's like V and N. Hey, that's similar. I used to play on keyboard, and then it feels like shit. So I stopped playing on keyboard. Sorry for the flashes. I can play on keyboard a little bit. But you hear a lot of weird noises. What's my key charge button? There. I cannot do it. Yeah, see? Remain standing. Do you hear the keyboard noises? I hope not. They're very loud. Or Nelly. Buddy. Yeah, no, I'm not trying it. Fuck. I cannot do it. Back to pad I go. It's easy. I mean, it's not easier. And there are some good and some bad playing with keyboard. I feel like keyboard is more precise, up, down, left, right input. D-pad is a little like you can just use your thumb and just like move around a little bit to get the KBD down, you know. And then wave is a little bit hard because you have to use your elbow. I cannot do it well. I can do 2. I can do 2 waifu okay, but 3 is like my brain doesn't work anymore. Stop wave dashing. You cannot tell a Kobo to stop wave dashing. A Kobo wants to wave dash. I wanna become Kazuya. Kazuya. I'm gonna keep wave dashing. It's difficult. Do it slow. Alright. Also, by the way, did you guys enjoy me playing with 20 resolution scale in this game? Man, it's beautiful. It's like I'm playing without glasses. I'm playing this game in 144p. I love it. Is it no one is playing now? I mean, to be fair, it's like dinner time. It's close to dinner time. Oh, it's dinner time. And this I know it's on in my experience. Yeah, it's like 6:30 p.m. Makai, kita mau makan dinner, right? It's a little bit sad. I mean, I get upset with this game sometimes, especially when I fight against Lars and or Xiaoyu, especially Xiaoyu. I get really bad anger fighting against Xiaoyu. It's terrible. Oh, just this once I play Wi-Fi. Just this once. I'm gonna cry playing this. Please shout at me if I do get angry at some point.
Get ready for the next battle.
Fuck. I regret. Oh, it's 5:30 a.m. Oh my god. 生きてのとですね。必ず救います。あっちゃ。Buddy, that's punishable. Need to duck the second hit. What? Oh! 무駄なく. You don't duck. Why are you like this? Not punish. Not punish. Second hit. Oh, tracking! Nice mid. Hop kick. Shimikshu. Get robbed. Oh, best punish in the game. Let's go. I really need to work on my punishes. That was obvious. Yo. Nah. I just press buttons. Fair enough. You are June. Anyway. Nice. Damage! What the fuck? Hey, we take those. T. Low. T. 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 I'm sorry, that was disgusting. I'm sorry. Lars and Law are the only people I despise fighting, even at Kishin. Yeah, I mean Lars and Law and Xiaoyu is to me, and Alisa. These 4 characters. Oh, back 3. Back 3. Back 2 sun. Oh. A broken string, let's go. Another one. I had a feeling. Oh my god, that's safe low. I didn't duck. Hell sweet. Low. Down for 4. No duck. Oh my god, my backdash is not clean. I'm sorry. Help. I require assistance. Oh my god, wait, there's no tracking now? Oh, you get fucked. Sorry. What? Good. Oh. Do they know the punish? That's actually kinda cool. And that's minus 11, right? I'm stupid. It confirmed. Looks like it confirmed to me. I think that's gonna whip. Let's go. Whee! Jay! Ow. Minus 11. Thanks. Hey. Okay, no more hell sweep. Down back 3. Yeah, down back 3 only. Only down back 3 allowed. I can make it safe, huh? Only down back 3 allowed. Okay. No more hell sweep. No more hell sweep. They're gonna punish with like a huge. Nice. Whee! Oh, nice. Low. Down for 4. Oh, nice timing. I mean, they were pressing buttons, but hey, I respect that. Low. It's safe! I forgot it's safe. Good shit. Hiya. Safe low ganasaya. Yep. Minus 11. They don't know. No. That was sick. That was good. Hey, fair, fair, fair. We punish those. Whee! That's minus 14, right? Or 13? Woo. Nice duck. Wee! No duck. Wow, what a jab check. Ooh. Oh. Jay! Jay! Good duck. Nice. Ooh, that was beautiful. Jay! Oh my god, that was almost beautiful. Second hit. I think that's punishable. That has to be punishable. That has to be punishable. Down by 1-2. Minus 19. No punish. Let's go. Wee! Bang! I'll do it again! Okay, that was nasty. Look, if they're not punishing a minus 19 down by 1-2, you know that I'm gonna abuse that shit. Okay? They're not punishing minus 19. Of course I'm gonna abuse it. It deals chip damage, good pushback, 13 frame mid. Oh my god. But to be fair, the pushback makes it kind of hard to punish. But if you know it's coming, you can easily electric it. Like, easily. Or like just do 4-2 for... 4-2 punish for... Fine. For June. And then you get like a proper punish. I think June and Asuka's 4-2 is like 16? 16, 17 frames? Hi, we meet again. And welcome to Tekken matchmaking. I think there's only 2 of us playing. Hey, let's go Tekken 7 music. It's a 1+2 break. Nice! Good timing. Hello? Not that punishable. Woohoo! 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 I'll do it again. Oh, I don't think this kills. Yeah. That is actually... I didn't mean to do it, but I'll take it. Stop. Huh? Woohoo. Oh, nice can. My side step is too late. This might be that. Or not. Thank you, Sidewall. No! 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 Punish. Doesn't work. No! I'm just using one move, I'm sorry. That's actually disgusting. I don't think I want to play anymore. That I would not play myself at this point. That is nasty. Oh my god, I respect you so much. I would hate myself for that. Like, oh my god. Second hit. Nice. Low. Whee! Jump at 1-2 maybe? Nice stuff. Oh! I thought it was long enough. I'm dead. Boom! Nice, nice, nice. Nah. Nice. That's safe. I need to duck that, duck that. You do it again, I'm gonna duck it. Nice. The move is back. Yay! I need to duck that. I think I can fuzzy cut that one. That's punishable. See? Nice hop kick. Going down? Oh! That's safe! Oh, I pressed 1+2, I'm stupid. Don't know why I did that. I can break throws. Ah! Nice. Hey, nice, good comeback. Now it's time for me to learn your bullshit as well. Let's go. It's not that you need to learn my bullshit, I need to learn your bullshit as well.
Round 1. Fight.
Am I actually reacting to that? Holy shit. No way. I'm actually reacting to it. God damn. Nice. More combo? nice.
俺に救いなど不要
I reacted to back 1?
どこにでも消えるがいい
But I know back 1 is safe, right? So even if I react to that, I have to low parry it on reaction. I think that's the only option for that, right? Give me a second. I'm gonna go open up the lights. It's getting really dark. I honestly feel like Tekken is the only game where I will actually sweat balls when I'm, when I'm playing. Like, my god. It's the only game where I'll sweat when I'm streaming. Like, I play so many other games. Not even Killing Instinct made me sweat. And then Tekken is the game that made me sweat. I mean, it's probably because of the high execution and stuff like that. I'll play just a little bit more. Just a little bit more. Just a few more. Just a few more matches, right? Just a few more matches. Who knows? I might get my Kazuya to Mighty Ruler. Even though I don't want to get rid of my huge dragon rank, but it has to be done.
Get ready for the next battle.
And Kobo needs to become strong, so I need to... I cannot believe I'm saying this. Abandon Dragon. Oh man. That hurts. Tool. I'll try to see if I can play one more match, because right now there's like not a lot of people playing. Oh, I think is this the same Jun? It might be. I feel like we're the only one that's playing.
Get ready for the
Oh,
next
okay,
battle.
no. Alright, okay. On the Wi-Fi? Why am I accepting Wi-Fi now? Shit. I have S plus block. Thank you, game.
Round 1 Fight
I think they tried to punish. I'm getting away from murder.
Round 2 Fight
I'm minus 11. Yo! I need to duck that. There we go. They're punishing it. Good flash. I didn't respect. I didn't respect that. They tried. Nice. I need to duck that. Not this. They look similar. Am I wrong? Come on. Just respect for now. Shit, my backdash is not clean. Okay, I'm not dead. But I'm out of grey life, so it's gonna be tough. Throw matches intentionally to stay inside Dragon. I've been doing that. Okay, why would you want to fucking whip that shit? I won! Oh, that could have been so cool, god damn it. Nice punish, that was misinput. Nice. Might be dead. Ooh. Fuck that. Nice. Fuck that. Okay, I know what, there's so many times I didn't duck that, I deserve this loss. That's usually the exact opposite. Dragon stays inside you. Dragon stays inside me, of course. But he... I also top dragons every now and then. Kazuyaku! Duck that! God damn it! Good punish. And that was another misinput. No? Hi? I know there's a mid option, so I don't want to like disrespect that. Safe. Oh! Oh, nice. I'm learning something from this Yoshi. Once I dart that string, you're not gonna pop off. Good. I forgot they can always flash that. Oh! I think they just pressed the button. Okay, nice. Hop kick on the -4 situation. This person has balls of steel. Oh, unblockable. You just press buttons after that, really? I guess I can apply frame trap. Yo! They know. No? Nice hop kick. Good shit. There were sometimes I'm just not being patient enough, so yeah. Especially during the heat dash. Like I do forward to hit dash and then they just like do flash. Should have expected that. I died to that too many times. Do you think Kobold can top dragons? I don't know if this Kobold can do it. Why am I suddenly blasting this question? I don't know, my brain doesn't work anymore. It's not hard. Oh my god, it's not hard. Oh my god. Not real. It's too difficult. I don't even know how I did that just now. Not real. Sure. Alright, last one. My hand is getting tired and painful.
Get ready for the next battle.
King Cheese. This fucking name. I'm gonna get cheese to death. Cheese. Oh, they're bustin'? Bustin'. I'm gonna get destroyed. Here we go.
Round one.
Break Shining Wizard at least. Trying to RDC me, you fuck! Good luck. I did break that. Oh, it's a 2-break. Whee! You're against a bush bustin'? I don't know why. Yeah. Jay! Nice. I didn't duck it. I don't care. I won the round against Bussin. I win. I won the round against Bussin. Nice dash block. I pressed 2. I'm stupid. Why would you do a giant swing in the middle of... Fair enough. Good luck. Woo! One, 2 break. Waking up. Good low. I need to sidestep the while running thing. What was 2? Oh god. Is that King's Bridge? Actually, I have no idea. Ow. Ow. Good punish. I ducked. Oh, that's so fast. The rollback though. I'm pissed. Got killed by 4 frames of rollback. Can't believe it. The both hands teleported to my face. Play me, that's right. I don't care if I get destroyed. I'm gonna win against a Bussen. No. Ow. This was really fast Shining Wizard. Do it again. That's no fucking way. No, you know I'm not ducking. I'm here to practice breaking throws. Yeah, they know. I have 0 throw break. Yeah, please practice with me, thank you. That's really fast. Thank you. Alright, it's okay, it's okay. They're letting me practice. I respect that. Break the throws. Okay, break the throw, don't do it extra afterwards. That's really fast. It's okay, it's okay.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, it's a generic throw. Is that a misinput? I didn't duck. Nice. I didn't break that. Oh! Throw? I'm guessing 2? Yeah. All good, all good. They are bussin'. I won a round against a bussin'. I think that's a win in my book. Excuse you. Shit. And unfortunate too, because it's like 100 MS plus, so it's kind of hard for me to look at throws. I swear, I know I don't break throws as much, but I can break throws. I did break throws for like the first 3 hours of the game that I'm playing. On reacting to lows and shit. I did that. Right? I did that. I can break throws. It might be cope, but that one was a little bit laggy, but it's okay. Oh, it doesn't work anymore. You played for nearly 7 hours. Minus 2 hours, because I was playing Isles of Swap this morning. Oh, this afternoon, sorry. Yeah, I was playing about 1.5 hours of Isles of Swap, just checking out some demo. Like for the past 2 days, I've been playing Glide the Dragon, and then played Ember Isle, and then playing Isles of Swap. All good games, and then eventually I can just be like, hey, I'm gonna try the new buffed Kazuya, and then this is the funnest shit ever. It's the best thing ever. The way they fall is so goofy. Whee! Whee! Damage option down 1+4, down 3+4. Whee! Or maybe if I want, can I do like stupid shit like this? I have to dash in. Woodia! It's a combo starter on the wall. Yo, casual 97 damage? It's almost like the CBT Kazuya. Alright, one last match. If they play. No? Fair enough. I did say last one. Correction, Terra Milk. Yeah, I did. I cannot deny what happened. For real. Baseball camp. 我操啊！你给个帽子，我真是不明白哦。你给个帽子搞什么鬼哦 ？Alright, okay. Thanks for the cap. To the mode that I would never play. Don't worry about the cum stain. It's fine. Dangerous Grappler Pack. Is that Kazuya? that is not Kazuya. The Shinobi Pack? Oh no, it's Xiaoyu. Ninja Pack? Oh, do we get like Classic Paul and Ninja Paul? For 400... How much is 400 coin? 400 coin is how much ringgit ah? 500 coin is... the... 操 30 块! Oh my god! Everything is so expensive in this game. What the fuck? No currently... Oh, okay. We don't get the untextured ball now. I hope they have anything. I hope they give anything that's better than the untextured ball. Like that is just shameful. Maybe I should go back to my Pocket Kuma. I miss playing Kuma. I miss not having to destroy my D-pad to play Tekken. But then again, I like the... I do love the execution though. It's what makes me want to play Tekken, really. I love that high execution is getting rewarded for... like, rewarded by 4 something with high damage, right? Although before patch 105, Kazuya with high execution doesn't really get enough reward, but now it's a different story. You play Kazuya, you get highly rewarded for nailing those hard to do combos. Like you really get casual 80 plus damage without walls, and with wall you could get like 100 damage if you want, I think. So I'm glad for Kazuya. I just want Heihachi back. Come on, Harada. Bring Heihachi back. I want Heihachi. I kinda want Heihachi though. I couldn't wait for Ember Isle to come out. I wanna play Ember Isle. Right, let me check. Who do we raid? Is there a Cobalt Strummen? I want to listen to give me a second. Oh, this one is good. I want to listen to this one. Ember Isle Smash or Pass when the game comes out, yeah. Or when they have like a full list of characters in the game, then probably. Oh, believe it or not, I actually have Spyro Smash or Pass. When I play Spyro the Reignited Trilogy, I have the Smash or Pass in my YouTube, I think. It's also a highlight in this channel. I don't remember. but I do have it. Oh yeah, ne? Special Pass is Spyro Reunited Trilogy. I fucked. Oh my god, did I say that? Hey, look, Mario Kart is a game where it will bring out the worst of me, okay? You have to understand. I don't know if the who one is towards the thing I said or towards the quote. I don't know. I'm too instant for it. Nah, I don't believe. You have the fucking Discord channel with Mochi, and then there's like a dedicated channel for you. I don't trust you. That was a good fisting set. What? Retro? What was I playing retro? What the hell? For my wholesomeness, spreading wholesomeness to everyone. Well, I'm not saying you're wholesome, but that dedicated channel for you is not because of wholesomeness. I do believe you are quite wholesome though. Asqua? When crabs? Not tonight. I don't really feel like playing crabs though. It's just me trying to beat Arya. It's so out of context. It's so out of context. Dang it, I miss Kobo. It's okay, you're here now. Yay. Oh, I forgot to mention. I briefly mentioned that tomorrow I will not be streaming, right? Tomorrow is Happy Father's Day. Happy Father's Day to everyone. And to me as well. I'm okay, I promise. In case you guys don't know, my dad passed away earlier this year. So tomorrow we're gonna go visit that. That's why we're not, and that's why I'm not streaming for tomorrow. Yeah. But at least Monday I'll be back and doing some art. Yeah. Lex. Tell Kobo to play Crash with me? No. No. I don't wanna. That's a really cute dragon though. Oh my god, look at that. I don't wanna play crab. Thanks, Chashu. I'm still looking at who to raid. Have you raided Scare Eye before? I mean, it's another dragon that's playing Frostpunk. Raid you? You got it, boss! You got it, boss! Okay, we're going to raid Jade 11th. Let me see what Jade is doing. Oh wow, Jade is offline? I cannot believe it. Let's raid Jade so that we can get Jade to stream. raid Jade. Yeah, we're gonna raid Jade, that's right. Thanks for the stream. Thanks for being here, really. I'm very make me a very happy kobold. Thank you. Everyone tries to raid Jade. My brain's not working this morning. It's okay, my brain is not working this every day. Oh, entire time. Man, I don't even know how it functions, let alone play Tekken. Shit. Wait, give me a second. I am looking at your page. I gotta see it go live. I want to see it go live. Wait, would it be like a Jade voice reveal? Anyway, this is all a bit. Don't feel pressure to open up your stream. it's all a bit. Check now. I'm actually here. I'm looking. It's emo only chat. Wait. Yeah, I've made my presence known. Okay, it's all a bit. Don't worry. Don't force yourself to like open up stream or anything. It's just a bit. It's all right. We're just having funsies. We could raid Scared Eye because it's a dragon that I never raided before. It's too late anyways. I'm able to head to bed. Fair enough. No. Huh? You're not off the hook? Who? Me or Jade? Nah, I don't listen to Roxas. Roxas is like that. I mean, he's playing Frostpunk, man. I'm not seeing a dragon on the screen. Oh. Get good eat, bird. Have good eat, Jake. Have a good heckin' eat. Dan man? He's doing up. Oh, hey, Jester. Right, Jester is also streaming. Oh, Jester is kinda cute though, and I haven't rated Jester in a long time. I've been looking on Jester's channel for quite a bit. He's been streaming for 15 hours. Oh! $15 hours? Shit. A Dan have stream of 10 hours? How? Just tend to go for a long time. Man, the endurance. That's Sniffer. When till I try 48 hours? Never. I'm sorry to say never. 48 hours straight? No. 48 hours with like in between time where I get to sleep? Yeah, probably? How about this? I would do a 48. I would do a 48 hours. But I would do a reverse subathon. How about that? Every sub doesn't extend the time, it shortens the time. So that you guys gonna help Kobold. Because 48 hour stream is not very healthy. And you're gonna help Kobold stay healthy. Right? So that every sub might like reduce the time, like for about 10 minutes or something. Streamer's dope. Join the Discord. Oh, thank you. Give me a second. Oh, that's you. Okay. Okay, I saw that thumbs up. I'm doing everything manual, hopefully you don't mind. Welcome to the server. I order boba. I want boba. I kinda like that idea. I think the idea is kinda neat. I could do like a 48 hour stream and then like just in order to save Kobo. Please sub to the channel so that I can do reduced time, but I don't know how that would go. I'm a little bit afraid. I'm always so afraid to do like long streams. Like last time I do a long stream, I did not ask for like subs and shit, and I feel kind of okay with that. But whenever I feel like I do long stream and then I kind of asking for like subs and stuff, I kind of feel bad. I feel like I don't really deserve those. I don't know. I mean, I'm just being here. Ryle did that before subs shortened the timer and donations increased it. Oh! I would just be like, donations and subs will destroy Bulat. Will shorten the time. To be completely honest, I'm not a big fan of doing super long stream. I feel like it's a little bit. I mean, I wouldn't say it's a little bit. I would say I feel like it's super tiring. And oh boy, I don't think I want that. So every time I see someone doing like a huge long stream, it's like, are they not afraid of their body? Are they not like trying to take? I mean, I'm sure they are trying their best to like take care of themselves while doing all of those, but man, it's like, oof. I do like that too, since donations are more for the streamer than subs. Yeah, subs are 50-50. Donations through Coffee, by the way, not PayPal. PayPal would take like 21% of the money, but Coffee doesn't take any of them. To be fair, those folks are basically streaming full-time. True. I mean, I'm more or less streaming full-time. It's just that I have 2 days of rest. Well, quote-unquote rest. Those 2 days of me not streaming, I'm just going out there and work in a grocery store so that I can get some money to pay the bills and shit. Most of them. Do a front flip with your suit. You want to get destroyed? Do you know how fucking heavy my suit is? Do you know how heavy this shit is? Excuse me? This is so heavy. You want me to do a front flip in this? I cannot believe it. You bully. You super bully. Also, I forced Derek to stream for 2 months during his last subathon. Yeah, I noticed. Oh, that was you! I just heard that someone... I heard someone made Seal stream for 2 months straight. And then I was like, oh shit, that's a lot. I didn't know that was you. You did your workout today, right? Yeah, I did. And now there's more. I got a boop. I got a boop from Brecky. I don't know. Brecky. I mean, that emote, I love that emote, by the way. But also, when I'm looking from afar, it kind of looks like it looks like Brecky is facing this way, but the body is facing away, and it's pointing at something. It could be used. Wait, it could be like this. Wait, give me a second. I know Brecky is the perfect emote. Yeah, I found this one. It's like, oh my god, that's Brecky. Oh, it's a little bit like that. The vibe. Or maybe I look too much of a meme like that. Too many memes that looks like that, so that's why my brain immediately thinks like, oh, hey, it's that, but it's not. Oh yeah, let me get that thigh first. Yeah, then. Okay, I have space now. Let's do it. I wanna get that fine. I wanna get that fine. Ooh, why am I shaking? Ooh. Oh, wait. Ow. I'm okay. I'm okay. Oh. Yeah. Hey. I'm okay. Oh my god, I'm okay. Okay. Where? I don't know. Yeah. Feel the burn, let it ignite a fire in you. I have grape juice in me. I think I taste like grape. Why, brain? Why have you forsaken me, brain? I'm okay. Oh my god. Sometimes I fear for my brain. It just doesn't work. I kinda want to rate Jester. I want to rate Jester. I haven't rated Jester in a long time. I think Jester is still go. Where's Jester? Oh, Jester is back. Okay. I just think Jester is very cute. Like, honestly. Especially the speech pattern as well. Okay. Let me catch my breath. Oh my god. Ooh, okay. Okay. Let me summon Bernie real quick. Hey, Bernie. Hey, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. Well, I know I already plugged my Discord, but hey, I have a Discord. Yeah, we need Bernie. Thank you, Bernie. Well, Discord is usually where I announce my stream stuff, be it delayed or like tomorrow that I'm not streaming, and I will tell you guys on Discord firsthand and nowhere else. And also I have a Dragon Simping Corner, very important stuff, where whenever I have time, I will absolutely spam dragon pictures. Oh, actually not just dragons, like dragons, kobolds, reptilian in general, and sometimes bird. Because they're cool. I don't think I'm missing anything. Yeah, should be good. Okay. Let me type in the rate to Jester. Yes, Snake and Borbo, very appreciated. There are some really good designs, Snake and stuff. Typing the rate. The Gensto Jester. Oh god. You want me to do it? I'll fucking do it. I'll do it. Mama didn't raise no quitter. I'm gonna do it. Alright, here we go. A post-stream workout. How about that, huh? It's die or crap. A die forever. Oh man, that sounds like Geese Howard. Die forever. Right, anyway, here I go. It's alright. I got this. I'm gonna get that die.
Emotional damage.
Oh, oh man. Yep. I'm okay.
Yep.
I think I'm very okay.
Yep.
Oh. I love how the stream is supposed to end and then I'm here for like another half an hour. I don't know. It happens. Alright, okay. Okay. Oh man. Oh boy. Do smash or pass our Sona. How do I mean I can ask in the Discord. Like put your characters in there. So that I can just be like, is it smash or pass? But I feel like I'm probably gonna have, you know what? No. If I were to do that, it would be it would be absolutely unbiased. Because I'm a kobold. I am never biased. I am all fair and all square. And I'm a kobold. I am sure I will be mega but unbiased. I would not be like, if I see a dragon, it's like, smash me. No, it's not gonna happen. I'm a kobold of honor. Oh my god. True. Although that's an idea. What else can I ask other than smash? Me. Oh. No, that didn't happen. That's not you guys' character. That's Malzino. It's different. Yeah, it's different. It's a Capcom character, not a OC original creation. Don't steal. Yeah, you guys already knew that one. That's fair. Okay. What time is that? 7:38. Fair. I'm gonna go get dinner. So tomorrow I will not be streaming, but I'll be back on Monday. Yeah, Monday I'll try to finish the fox art, the 3D model. I think I might be able to finish it. It's just eyes and the tail. Yeah, I think that's about it. Eye, tail, and the mushroom, I think. This is rate 7. He's 69. Oh, we need that. Why am I getting bonked? No, I'm not getting bonked. Anyway, I type in the raid. Ooh. Okay, so before the raid, I want to say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you all so much. And also know that you guys are all loved, valid, and matter. Very heckin' valuable. Yeah. And Kobo loves y'all. Here comes the raid to Gentle Jester. Bah. I think Rox is still on crabs. Sorry, but no crabs for Roxas. No crab for Roxas. Hee. Oh yeah, raid message. We do raid 4. I still love this one. Loving uppies. I'm sure being the gentlest of Jester, he will probably give us heckin' uppies here. But of course you can use whatever emote you guys want, it's totally fine. Why is that ad break going on? No, I cannot snooze it. Oh, fuck you, Twitch, really? Well, this is subscriber only content now. Subscriber only content, hehe. You guys won't know. I would say the spiciest of shit right now that will get, you know, only subscribers will get to experience. Something like, are you ready? Something like chili, jalapeno, and white pepper, black pepper. Woo! So spicy. No. I cannot say that. What? I'll see you tomorrow. Take care. Bye bye. I kept spicy stream. She do. Oh. So spicy.